This is all is Estonian, it's Estonian English and Russian languages. Welcome to Estonia for those who have not been here yesterday with us. It's my pleasure, as one of the organizers, to welcome you all here. This is the second day of our conference. Civil Society Ideas for the Sustainable and Secure Future of Europe. And let me introduce you, for those who have not been here, our main coordinator, moderator, our ambassador, Hatim Atala, and he will be running the session of today. Please participate actively, share, explain, and so on. Welcome.
Thank you, Vasily. Good morning, everyone. I hope you have taken a little bit of rest, particularly for those of you who have been traveling yesterday and only arriving late. Okay, so yesterday we had a very, very interesting first day, and I'm sure that this one will be the same, if not more. For the sake of time, I'm not going to say anything further, but just to call on our first keynote speaker, Professor Mette Brogden from Tucson, Arizona University, and she will be speaking about connecting environmental sustainability and human rights, deep migration solutions. Professor?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And thank you to Vasily for inviting me to participate in this wonderful conference. It's been a pleasure to meet everybody so far, and I'm hoping to meet everybody by the time that we're finished today or tomorrow. And I wanted to say that I teach at University of Arizona in Tucson in the online graduate programs in human rights practice, and I'm an assistant professor of practice. And I'm drawing on a course today from that I teach on migration between Central America to the United States and West Africa to Europe. I do live very close to the US-Mexico border, where a lot of migrants are coming over through the Sonoran Desert. It's a very rich desert ecosystem, but also the site of many migrant deaths because they have been sort of pushed outside of the ports of entry if they're trying to get across the border irregularly. And it's a very difficult region to get through without water, or if you're trying to travel at night because the temperature difference is very high. So we've had about 12,000 deaths in this desert since maybe 2003. That compares to 5 times as many in the Mediterranean, covering from West Africa to Europe in the same period of time. I'm a culture and medical anthropologist by training, and I've resettled many refugees in the United States from Africa and other parts of the world, including Eastern Europe and Russia, the former Soviet Union. And once Trump came into office and decimated the U.S. refugee resettlement program, immediately I transferred to University of Arizona and started working on migration in earnest. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights has this statement, Article 13, and it says, you have the right to come and go as you wish within your country. You have the right to leave your country and go to another one, and you should be able to return to your country if you want. Okay? So this is turning out to be the century of migration. And for a variety of reasons, people escaping war, people escaping the long-term aftermath of war when things haven't gotten better in their countries, ethnic cleansing and persecution, climate change is going to be increasing, possibly what's happening with migration across the world, and of course, increasing disparities of wealth, including between the global north and the global south. Next, please. So just some stats. As of 2021, middle of 2021, there was 84 million forcibly displaced people worldwide. That includes people that were forcibly displaced in their countries and then also people who became refugees and asylum seekers and other people trying to migrate away. That has increased to 95.8 million with the war in Iraq, or war in Ukraine. And at the end, by comparison, at the end of World War II, there were at least 40 million people who had been displaced from their home countries, and forcibly displaced was 55 million. And of course, this is a significant increase from that time. And at that time is when a lot of the refugee international agreements came into being right after the Declaration of Human Rights. And so having this many more refugees and people migrating and displaced from their homes started to become a question of whether the existing legal system is able to handle all these people who are displaced. So 2015 in Europe, you know that there was quite an influx of migrants and refugees from various parts of the world. Excuse me. This was sudden and created somewhat of a backlash from what we can see from the United States in terms of, you know, the feelings of having people coming into Europe from so many different places so quickly and not extremely planned in terms of how they would get there and where would they stay and so on and so forth. So this led eventually to discussions that have resulted in new compacts around migration and refugees in 2018. Next slide, please. So there's a difference in how people are classified in the world and what kinds of protections that they have. So refugees is a classification for people who are outside of their country and want to ask to be listed as a refugee with UNHCR, and they are fleeing persecution. Asylum seekers are people who get to another country and then ask for asylum. If they are granted asylum, it means that they will have the same kinds of protections as refugees do. Migrants are people, or I'm going to call them irregular migrants. Other people call them illegal migrants. But I prefer the term irregular migrants in the US, and you have many coming into Europe as well. Do not have any protections. And immigrants are folks who have been standing in line according to the quotas different countries have for allowing people to come in. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to be talking about the two migration pathways that you see images here of migrants en route, and those are irregular migrants en route. The top picture is a boat coming up in the Mediterranean from Africa. The bottom one is migrants traveling on top of La Bestia in Mexico, which was the old way that people would get from Central America to the United States on top of the train. Very dangerous journey in many ways, and also people help them along the way. So I do have a picture, which I didn't include, of women standing by the tracks throwing food up to the migrants coming through Mexico, but it became quite an issue to try and get them through. Next slide, please. So eventually we got to, in the US, migrant caravans. This is actually from 2015. Migrants walking out of Budapest in direction of Vienna. So I just wanted to show you this picture, and next slide, please. This is Tuesday, October 30th in 2018. This is the first migrant caravan coming up to the United States from Honduras. Next slide, please. Another picture, it's the same caravan. There was about 4,000 people in the caravan. And of course, the United States newspapers were flashing pictures all over, and President Trump was talking about being invaded, and this is why. Next slide, please. This is 2021. That was 4,000 people. This is 2021. This is 9,000 people coming up, and they were blocked by Guatemalan soldiers. And I'm not sure how many actually got through. Okay, next slide, please. So migration management by countries of the global north includes securitization methods and hardening of borders to deter migration. So the main thing is to try and deter migration of irregular migrants. Okay, and so they do things, we do things by forcing migrants through difficult terrains so that they will be deterred from coming, except that it doesn't really deter them from coming. It just, continue to come, even though it's through difficult terrains. And also by paying countries of the South to stop migrants from reaching borders of Europe and the United States. The EU has invested in Africa to try and help deter migration. Most of the investment has gone to, as far as I understand, securitization in countries in Africa. And if you invest in securitization businesses, that is a continual investment of money that's required because ever more securitization is needed. So it's not a really productive industry where people can make a lot of profit. Okay, let's see. In the Central American to the U.S. Corridor, migrants are now paying $12,000 per person to the cartels to bring them up. This results in billions of dollars of income to the drug cartels in Central and South America. Next slide, please. And we have detention facilities for people who manage to get across the border and ask for asylum. The ones in red are privatized detention facilities in the United States. And if detention is privatized, of course, you need to have people who will come into the detention center all the time so that the private owner makes a profit. So if there's an incentive for there to be migration coming in actually through business. Next slide, please. So how does securitization work? This is a picture of the wall that was built at the US border. There's many different kinds of walls. This is people queuing up to get across the border. And this is in 2019. They've extended some of the border wall since that time. And the question is, does this kind of securitization work to deter migration? Next slide, please. So it does deter certain kinds of migrants. And they are the migratory animals that go between US and Mexico, back and forth, which have had issues getting across. Next slide, please. And more. This is a different kind of border wall that you see. Next slide, please. Okay, so just some statistics for the US. In April 6, 2021, after Biden came into office, there were 400,000 migrants waiting at the border to get across in Mexico. In last month, the immigration authorities stopped 221,303 times people trying to get across the border. So I really can't tell you how many people are waiting at the border at the moment, but it's a high number. And it was a 33% increase from the month earlier. Next slide, please. So those of us who are working in human rights call this a wicked issue. And by wicked issue, we don't mean evil issue. What we mean is it's really, really hard to solve. It's a wicked problem, very hard to solve because it has incomplete or contradictory knowledge about it. There's a number of people and opinions involved and stakeholders involved, and they're conflicting. There's usually a large economic burden related to it, and the problems are interconnected. So the migration journeys and wicked issues have similarities between the two corridors that I teach in this class, Central America to the United States and Africa to Europe, based on the colonial history and the colonial activities post-independence. Next slide, please. So to get to deep migration solutions, we have to figure out deeply the causes of migration and what makes for appropriate migration. All species migrate, including human beings, and have throughout millennia, throughout history. So one of the things that I have done with my classes is tell them that we need to start looking at, in order, these practitioner questions. What is this? Oh my gosh, I'm about to be out of time. What is this? How did it come to be like this? Can it be changed? And if so, how can it be changed? We know a lot about the first two questions, especially from academia, because people study these kinds of things. You know, what is it like to migrate? Why are people migrating? What's the system holding it in place? How did it come to be like this? We have a little bit less knowledge, but it's certainly less amongst the public. And then the last two questions are what I'm calling the salutogenesis questions. Can it be changed? This question is, are there case studies elsewhere of it being done differently, or examples in history? So there has to be evidence that it could be changed and done differently. Next slide. So we have, This is push-pull factors in migrant decisioning. A push factor is what somebody's trying to get away from and why they want to leave. Pull factor is what they're going towards, what they see as the thing that will improve for them. So we outline that. Next slide. We outline stakeholders and stakes, who's involved in the system, who benefits and how, who's disadvantaged and how, and what are their interests in this. That's for the first question. Second question is, how did we get here? Next slide, please. And this is a photograph from the 1980s in El Salvador, because there were wars in the Central American countries that were partly fomented by the actions of the United States, as well as the colonial legacies in that era. So it's interesting that when we start getting lectures to come in and talk about what happened in that area, our students really don't know anything about it, or what happened historically to create this situation. So next slide, please. So what I look for as a medical anthropologist, I think in terms of pathogenesis and salutogenesis, what creates disease in a system and what creates move towards health in a system. Next slide. Okay, so pathogenesis is you look in the first two questions, and in the I'm just going to go to the northern Ghana one. From northern Ghana, where I work, the colonial sequelae there are people have a serious sense of inferiority and dependency on the West. Okay, from that era, and they also have when the British left, they established schools, K through 12 schools that are Eurocentric, so they learn about European history, philosophy, science, etc. They do not learn about their own history, and so what they're being taught is how to join European societies. And the young people in these communities try to get to Europe because that's the society that they know, not their own. Next slide, please. Let's see. So what you need to do is figure out salutogens and how to launch salutogenic trajectories towards well-being. Next slide, please. So I'm advancing. Whoops. Next slide, please. So I'm advancing a theory of practice around salutogenesis. This has been developed for individuals in psychology. We're extending it to the social body, in other words, social collectives and social identities. Next slide, please. So in order to do that, you need to know what the vision is. What are you trying to get to? And so I want you to compare these two pictures. If it can't be anti-racism, anti-colonialism, anti-something. It has to be something positive that you want to go forward to. And the reason is, if you use anti or decolonization, you're still focused on the problem. If you get away from, and it's like looking at that picture on the left all the time. If you really want to get to a change, you have to focus on what you want it to go to. Next slide, please. So, let's see. Next slide. Racing through these. So the last two questions, can it be different? If so, how? One of the things that we need to be looking at is whether the 2018 Global Compacts on Migration and Refugees will solve the deep problems of migration and protect refugees. Next slide. Historically, we know that circulatory migration has worked. And that is what is enshrined in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. People have the right to leave their country and return. Okay. Next slide. So in northern Ghana, next slide, we're trying to figure out what would help. And there's been a lot of efforts to help develop in northern Ghana. So the question is, one of them is people refurbish computers and send them into Africa to help. And we're skeptical about that. Next slide, please. That's how some places use them. Next slide. This is the biggest e-waste dump in the world in Ghana. It's very toxic. Next slide, please. And instead, the NGO that I work with is an indigenous NGO, thinks that development is built from what people know and have now, not from the imported technology. And what they have is their cultural and natural heritage. Next slide, please. Okay. So, We act as World Institute of African Culture and Traditions. It is an NGO that I supported to get started in terms of capacity building and thinking through how to locate things. They have 4 projects going on right now. One is to institute Indigenous education in the K through 12 schools so that students are learning to reconnect with their ancestral history and also their natural history, because even in the schools they're teaching about European trees, European plants, European foods, nothing about their own cultures, own seeds, and so on. Another one is language documentation, and the reason this is critical is for Indigenous groups. They encode a lot of traditional ecological knowledge, and if people lose the language or what the nouns mean historically, then they will lose that traditional knowledge. I started a native tree nursery because there was a lot of deforestation during that time. And so the idea is over the long term, start to reconnect young people with their ancestral identities so that they can start sharing those through the world through the orange economy. And if you don't know what that is, that was started in Colombia. Ask me at lunch, we'll talk about it. Okay. Next slide, please. It's very important to have fun doing it. Anything salutogenic, you need to have fun with. And so a couple of the salutogens is that people started retrieving the names of native tree and plant species in indigenous languages, and also collecting proverbs based on the native species, which are quite wonderful. Next slide. I'm just throwing this up here because you need to think about if you're doing salutogenesis and trying to figure out what is a healthy path towards the future with migration is you have to open spaces for creative problem solving at all the systemic levels. Next slide. This is another way of looking at the Central American to US migration. And the one thing that I want to point out here is, and I will send this PowerPoint to Vasily, so in case people want to look at it, but one of the things that you have to work with in that corridor is the perpetrators in the cartels. There's just too many people that you would have to arrest. When they've tried to get rid of cartel heads, what happens is that the violence increases a lot because there becomes a competition between who's going to get the territory. Okay, so there's tough things ahead for people. I think I'm going to stop there because I think I'm over time, am I not? Yeah. We can talk at lunch about how you do thought experiments to help solve conflicts and open creativity for salutogenesis in this. I have done this as a long-term policy dialogue in the United States that occurred over a year for endangered species. Very successful, except for it ended on 9/11. So instead of getting funding to do the projects that we had planned, we went to war in the United States instead. However, people still, because they went through the thought experiment, figured out how to conserve species. So it's a really cool technique. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry I ran over.
Thank you, Professor. This was very fascinating indeed. Has given us, I must say for myself, different perspective. So, yes, thank you. Now our second keynote speaker. It's, I'm going to try to pronounce the name, Eleftheria Taklaki. Okay.
Yeah, you did
Was
it
it
well,
wrong?
yes.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, political scientist, researcher at the Aegean University of Greece, and she will be talking to us about the role of the United Nations in elimination of regional conflicts, an example of the Security Council Resolution 2250, Youth, Peace and Security.
Okay. Thank you. Just give me. Yeah, thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to present myself. I'm from Greece, from the island of Rhodes. I'm part of the House of Europe. And thank you, Michalis Kavoulis, and all the members to be here. And of course, Vasili, I will really thank you for this invitation. Well, of course, after all this very interesting presentation of Professor, now I have to go to another issue. Immigration, it's very it really is very important and very interesting, and I think that we'll have a very big discussion on that, because for me it's very interesting to see also the EU perspective. As I'm, okay, so I have a lot of to tell on that. But anyway, I will talk to you about the role of United Nations in elimination of regional conflicts, an example of the Security Council Resolution 2250, Youth, Peace and Security. So thank you. I have to sit because I have to follow my presentation. And at the end, I don't know, what's the time, the limit till 20 minutes or quarter? I'll try to run my presentation. Okay.
2 minutes.
As always, I have a lot to say. Well, anyway, my presentation is divided in 3 parts. The first one concerns the Security Council resolution, exactly what it is. I think it's very important to know. So there are more young people today than at any other time in human history. According to the United Nations Population Fund, there are 1 billion people between 10 and 24 years old, of whom more than 600 million live in conflict zones. However, until December 2015, there was no international framework analyzing or responding to issues of youth, peace and security. The demographic argument is probably one of the most powerful and compelling reasons for recognizing the role of youth in building peace. But it is not only a matter of the role of youth in context of war or armed conflict. Young people are valuable innovators and agents of change, and their contribution should be actively supported, solicited, and regarded as essential to building peaceful communities and supporting democratic governance and transition. So after all, we have this resolution 2250 on December 2015, and after that we had also a second resolution. Very quickly we can see that the resolution 2250, which is the base for the participation of youth in peace and security, it's urged the member states for a better participation of the youth on the decision-making issues, and of course recognizing the threat to stability and development posed by the rise of radicalization among young people. The Security Council today urged member states to consider ways to give youth a greater voice in decision-making at the local, national, regional, international level. Well, of course, it's very important to know that how it works, United Nations, and as all you very well know, all of you, that the Security Council has the power to make decisions that member states are obligated to implement. So you realize that the resolution 2250 is really important concerning the authority and the legitimacy of the Security Council, but after we will see how this is implemented. Very quickly, I have to say that this resolution is a result of a network of youth organizations working on that issue in 2012, and of course one of the most eagerly anticipated outcomes of the forum was the adoption of the Amman Declaration, which really, in which, let's say, based this resolution. I'm going very quick because I have a lot to say to you. It's a very historic, this resolution for peace and for the peace building by youth people, and include a human right-based approach, an economic approach, a social political approach, and a social cultural approach. Of course, there are the 5 pillars for the action of this is the resolution, which concern the participation, the protection, the prevention, partnership and reintegration, and of course the follow-up that the Secretary General have to conduct to see the progress study of young people and this contribution. So concluding, we have to say that the adoption of this resolution was also the path opened by the women's movement working for the adoption in 2000 for Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. And of course, we cannot ignore the current security context, which is shaking a large part of the world. The attraction of many young people towards terrorist groups has reinforced the labeling and narratives about youth as perpetrators of voice. So now, the second part is what Europe is doing concerning this resolution, because it's really important as we are member states, all of us, and we are live and we're Europeans, I think that we have to see. Well, it's really true that after the World War II, we have the development of European integration, and of course this week January's organization, which is European Union, which all of us, mostly of us are members. And peace and security are very important for the strategic of European Union. So in this field we have to say that in the global strategy for the EU's foreign security policy, there is calls for increased societal resilience by deep work on education, culture and youth in order to foster pluralism, coexistence and respect. However, the strategy concerned the European Union security policy does not go far enough in viewing young people as actors of change, but rather approach them as beneficiaries. So this is an issue, and we have to say that the Council of the European Union adopting conclusion concerning the role of young people in building a secure, cohesive and harmonious society in Europe. So we have to say that the Council of Europe has a lot of tradition of working with young people and supports with youth work at interregional and global level through the Youth Cooperation Program of the Youth, Peace and Security, which is really important, and it's an initiative of EU. And of course, in 2020, the Council of Europe adopted its youth sector strategy 2030, running for 10 years and including as one of the key for priorities living together in peaceful and inclusive societies. So the Council took two conclusions in June 2020 and May 2018, called the EU and the Member States to promote and take forward the UPS agenda. But we have to say that only Finland has concluded this agenda in her national strategy, and of course this is an issue which raises a lot of questions about the other member states, about the role of the Commission, and of course of the European External Action Service, and now in the new framework of the strategic compass, which is the new framework of security and defense of EU. So we have to say also another issue very important is the finance, and in this sector EU it's true that invest a lot of money, and they're trying to make a budget line to support youth project and peace in all levels. And concluding this part, I have to say that there are a lot of challenges in this resolution which concern the intergenerational challenge, the representative diversity and the coordination and partnership between young people and all the authorities. The third part concerning exactly the case studies concerning the role of United Nations. Let's say like Ukraine, which is very close to us, and it's really this war is continuous, and the United Nations till now they couldn't have any resolution concerning the civilian protection and unhindered humanitarian access in Ukraine. And why is that? Because the system of United Nations, the decision-making system, it's not really helpful, meaning that the 5 permanent member states have to vote together in this resolution. And as you know, China and Russia Russia Federation, part of this permanent member states, they didn't, of course, vote this resolution. On the other hand, we have also the International Court of Justice, and we have to say that the court indicates provisional measures in March 2022. And of course, we have to mention that EU support all this investigation with 7 million euro to the International Criminal Court. So this is also important. Concerning now Cyprus, I have to say it's a long story, but I don't think that I have the time to tell what's going there. But I have to say that the Security Council today renewed the mandate of the United Nations peacekeeping force in Cyprus and recalled the status of Varossia because of and they called the leaders of the two Cypriot communities and all involved parties to retrain for any action and rhetoric that might damage the settlement process and that could raise tension on the island. But on the other hand, I have to say that there are a lot of initiatives of youth people concerning Cyprus working on the field of peace, and this is interesting to mention, like the Youth Leader in Action, which includes women and youth in peace building in an action within the peace building in divided societies. Also, an inclusive society with empowered women and youth is on the way. Another NGO is working on that. On the other field in Africa, we have a lot of initiatives for peace. Very well known is the Youth for Peace and Development, which take place in Zimbabwe, and you can see also other initiatives. There's no need to mention on that. All of you can have this presentation, so you can work on that if you're interested. Concluding this part, I have to say that the way to succeed youth in peace building is to create spaces for youth to express their opinions and listen to them, enhance the peace building knowledge and skills of young people, build trust between youths and governments, promote intergenerational exchange, strengthen monitoring and evaluation, and support youths who are positively contributing to their communities. And the part, I don't really have the, do I have the time to go? If not, I can stop here because it's more theoretical and concerns what is the future of United Nations. If you want, I can just pose the question to all of you, because we can see after all these conflicts that the United Nations, they cannot really take part on the conflict prevention, and this is a problem, and this is something that was discussed in the anniversary of in 2020 of the United Nations, where the Secretary General recommends a summit of the future of United Nations. It's to forge a new global consensus on what our future should look like and how we can secure it. So we're talking for a new agenda for peace. And as very well Guterres mentioned, he said that governments should never again face a choice between serving their people or servicing their debt. So this is very important, and of course there are a lot of proposals in this issue. For me it's very interesting the transforming of education and of course the possibility to give to all youth, to all young people to get part of the labor market. This is very important, and of course to be very active members on the decision-making issues. So very quick, I have to say that of course United Nations stands at a crossroad, and of course there are a lot of problems, a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of interest by each member state. So it's true that we have to reform, but of course we have not cancelled this organization because it's very important. First of all, we have to reform the Security Council in the decision-making issue, because it's very important to see this veto issue, because till now we realize that it doesn't work. I mean, the decisions, if they are not unanimous, it doesn't work. So there are a lot of proposals concerning the reforming of the United Nations, but this is very important that we have to take two components need strengthening: representation and effectiveness. And of course, in this field, it's very important youth be in the front line of this reconstruction of United Nations, because young people are not the future. They are making the future and they are shaping the future. Thank you very much. I hope I
Thank you very much. This was very, again, very interesting. And if I'm asked to just summarize what I believe is the most important element, is the issue of the youth being actors of change versus just beneficiary. And I think that is really, that summarized the whole thing and the main, the core issue here. And this reminds me of the time when I was executive director of the Annalyn Foundation, and I'm glad to see my friend, my good friend Stefanos here from Greece, and we worked a lot on this issue on the basis of Resolution 2250, and I believe that that is the only way forward. It is giving a larger space for youth to be part of the decision-making process for change, not just beneficiaries. Not for them, it is important to be sitting around the table, not just waiting outside for someone to come out and tell them these are the decisions we have taken. So, that being said, now we would like to call on our third keynote speaker, Nikolai Tsivatskov, Deputy Chief at State Chancellery's Bureau for Integration Politics. And the topic will be civil society input in ensuring peace and security in example of Transnistria case.
Morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Katem, for the presentation. I just trying to write this on the presentation. So, dear colleagues, first of all, I want to make a small remark to my previous speaker, Elefera, about the youth. I have raised a lot of years with this main idea that youth is the future, and we have to be involved more actively in the decision-making process. And for one moment, about 12 years ago in my country, a new generation, absolutely new generation, came into power, so-called without some a former mentality and some stereotypes, and this new generation should achieve or should introduce new practices. But we have registered from the last years that new generation is not mandatory, came with new practices. Maybe the new generation and youth are taking all old mentality, visions and practices and reintroduce them, being younger than the previous the previous generation. That's why we should be more attentive with these points, and because not every time youth means changes. But just a remark. Okay, dear colleagues, I will try. When I prepared this presentation, I thought I wanted to say more aspects of actual situation, because after 24 February, my country, together with Ukraine, staying in a very big risks for the first time in our history. For the last 18 years, we didn't have faced this such risks like this 2 months. That's why my first intention was to show, to present this risks, but I decided to shape the main ideas of the Moldovan authorities, the main parameters of the civil society activities, our main partners and actors within this topic. And after that, maybe it will be the case to answer to your questions and to make more precisions. Now, I would like, I will end my presentation. Thank you. The first slide is about the conflict. As you can see, the Transnistrian region declared its secession more than 30 years ago, in September 1999. It was produced, so it took place before the independence declaration of the Republic of Moldova. And as you can see, this region is placed on the border with Ukraine, near of the city Odessa and Nikolaev, where the actually Russian troops and Ukrainian troops are battled on the field of the battle. And this, when we experienced proper military conflict on our territory. It was relatively short, about 2 months, in May and June 1992, and the scale of this conflict was not so large in comparison with the situation in Ukraine. And from that time, from 92 until the present, the civil society practically has a main role, one of the main roles in the conflict settlement and resolution. And civil society continues to support the Republic of Moldova authorities in this negotiation process. So one of the main principles is our positive responsibility, the positive responsibility of the Moldovan authorities and the civil society. So it is the most difficult and obvious problem. It is the lack of effective control on this territory of the Transnistrian region, and the lack of possibility of application of national legislation, and inaccessibility of the region of incumbent officials. Generally, there are a lot of details, but generally the officials cannot have any possibility to go to visit the region, to make some objective inspections and so on. And we meet practically every day from the so-called authorities of Transnistrian region, confrontation style of declarations of speech and making some unilateral actions. But until the last, despite of them, until the final settlement of the Transnistrian conflict, Chisinau official authorities and civil society organisms make all possible efforts together to provide necessary assistance for the inhabitants of the regions and for the citizens of our countries, which are going to visit this region and have to face the local so-called authorities. Now is a very important moment, the formats of negotiation process. There are generally three levels. The most well-known negotiation format 5+2. As you see here, the some flags, and central role is referred to OSCE, Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe. Another participants are Russia and Ukraine as a country's guarants of peaceful conflict resolution. Another two participants with the role of observance are European Union and United States. And this is the flag of Moldova and the unrecognized flag of Transnistria. And a delicate moment is that the downside flag, green and red, it is the former flag, official flag of the former Moldovan Soviet Republic, when it will be a part was a part of the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union Republic. So the main goal of the 5+2 format is to determine the final parameters of the model of settlement of the Transnistrian conflict. And the agenda is divided in 3 baskets: socio-economic issues, human rights, and institutional, political, and security issues. Actually, the process is concentrated to the socio-economic issues and human rights, but the institutional and political security issues, as usual, is staying outside of the actual negotiation process, because it is the main crucial role of the political settlement. Another format is 1+1. This represents working meetings on the level of the leaders of Moldova and so-called leaders from the Transnistrian region, and official political representatives of Chisinau and Tiraspol. Chisinau is the capital of the Republic of Moldova, and Tiraspol is the main city of Transnistrian region. And beside these 2 formats, we have sectoral working groups. It is more technical format where we discuss the economy, education, road transport issues, human rights, public security, and so on. And these technical problems are solved, which faced by the inhabitants of 2 banks of the river Dniester. So after that, I tried to shape the main parameters of the civil society input. I have to say that actually more 11,000 civil society organizations are registered in the Republic of Moldova, and about 3,000 NGOs in Transnistria region. Why I'm making this delimitation? Because not all of majority of NGOs from Transnistria have no registration in the Moldovan legislation. This is the organisms that are active in the Transnistrian region, and these practices are promoted by, including by international organizations, to support the civil society in the region, and through the civil society organizations to promote, to provide cooperation and keeping dialogue between 2 banks of the river. In the human rights, the main role refers to the Ombudsman Office. This Ombudsman Office was created several years ago in Moldova, and the same institution is registered in Transnistria. The Ombudsman Office in Transnistria is not recognized on the official level, but in the sector of civil society, the cooperation informal there is between these two offices. First of all, to be possible to help the people who need some consultation, some assistance in any cases. One of the main of the problems for our country actually, and it was last 30 years, the free movement. Transnistrian conflict specific is that practically it is the unique conflict in the world when the conflict parts can pass the administrative line between the secession territory and the national territory of the constitutional control. You will not find another country in the world when the leaders of the secession territory could use the national airport. It's difficult to imagine that the leaders, for example, of Nagorno-Karabakh from Azerbaijan to use the Baku national airport to go outside the country, or more actually leaders from Donbass to use Kiev airport to transit in another country. But it is a common practice in our country. Practically all leaders of Transnistria freely use the Chisinau airport to come to in vacation to visit the Moscow and Brussels and any other country in the world, having includingly Moldovan passport or Russian or Ukrainian passports. That's why the specific of our conflict that practically this conflict exists on the level of political authorities, of political leaders, but there is no certain conflict between the people, common people. That's why this priority is keeping in the framework of the negotiations and permanently is on the agenda. Another point of the civil society activity is mass media. Freedom of opinion is guaranteed by Moldovan constitution, and there are a lot of foundations, embassies, international organizations which are supporting this sphere and underlying the importance of the transparency of the freedom of opinion and freedom of speech in the whole Republic of Moldova, including the Transnistrian region. And another important direction of the civil society activities is confidence building measures. It is a special program. I will say more detail about it, which improve the cooperation and distinct support by international organizations first of all, but there are national programs financed by national budget to keeping dialogue between inhabitants and civil activists from the both banks of the river. So as I have said about the Ombudsman Office, main objective is to contribute improving legislation, monitor level of observance, human rights, ensure promotion of human rights, in collaboration between national and international non-commercial organizations. Role of EU and UNDP, I have to say that I put them together here because the cooperation between EU and UNDP is very strong. And there are a lot of programs of UNDP in Moldova. A lot of them are supported by financed by the European Union, by the European Commission. And for the last 12 years, we had already 5 phases of the support confidence building measure programs. And during these years was with a total budget of 14 million euros and 22 about million dollars, which financed a lot of activities in cooperation between NGOs of the both banks of the area. That's why EU and UNDP plays a very important role in our in conflict resolutions and keeping dialogue. Role of the Council of Europe. It is another important international organization who support our civil society activities. Last 10 years was during by this organization was allocated around 2.5 million euros through the action plans to support the democratic reforms in the Republic of Moldova, including the Transnistrian region. Here is very important security in the human rights in places of detention, and social sphere and so on, media, because we know that the positive practices of the European Union represent for us a standard, and Moldova is aligned to these positive practices, and we are trying to provide them, including in the Transnistrian region, and these European standards became for us a common point which allows us to find solutions on a lot of other problems. So for the moment, absolute priority, and we have aligned this for last two months. Especially because we are saying that we keep the dialogue with the Tiraspol, it is the main city of the Transnistrian region, and from the Moldovan authorities provide all possible assistance using the dialogue platform on the level of political representatives, actors, 5+2 as I have said, raising awareness of international organizations, cooperation with human rights promoters, involvement of national and law enforcement bodies to achieve the comprehensive, peaceful and sustainable settlement of the Transnistrian conflict based on sovereignty, territorial integrity of the Republic of Moldova, its internationally recognized borders, with a special status for the Transnistrian region. Why I have underlined this absolute priority for the Republic of Moldova? Because it is possible that such approach will be possible to implement in the Ukrainian case. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nikolai, for this very formative but also very enlightening presentation about the situation. And I think it gives us, again, a different perspective of how to look at the issues, particularly for those of us who maybe do not have the historical background to the issues that you face in Moldova. This was very interesting and certainly very informative. So, now we move on to the first panel of the day. And now I would like to call on Michael Kouaklis to organize the first panel and call on the participants.
Here you go. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Kouaklis. I'm the president of the House of Europe in Rhodes and a political scientist with specialty in international relations. We are going to discuss about conflict resolution and how governmental institutions, civil society, and the cultural dialogue can contribute to tackle such conditions. I would like to ask to the panel, Mr. Ambassador Tenatala, yes, Dr. Stefan Valianatos, Nikolai Chertkov, and Vasily Gorikov, our esteemed experts. I'll sit here for the So, thank you all. So, the past 75 years have been quite calm for the European continent. We have some dark pages like the Turkish invasion in Cyprus, the Yugoslavian wars, and the various situations in Caucasus, also Transnistria, also was well described. But in general, we have never a generalized war after World War II. There were tensions, there were of course the Cold War, various incidents, but till last February we could not think that the unthinkable could happen, I guess, with only exception for Cyprus. Europe's neighborhood, of course, has seen many wars, occupations, invasions, etc. And Europe and the West in general has been called many times to resolute on such conflicts all around the world. Conflicts created by many factors, including Western intervention, to be frank. With our esteemed experts, we're going to discuss about how the existing governmental institutions, the governmental organizations, civil society and intercultural dialogue can be used to handle and, may I add, even prevent such conflicts. And to start, we were going to start with a round of questions addressed to them, and then we hope that we have also your contribution for a more fruitful dialogue. My first question to the experts would be how they feel about all this. Are the international, intergovernmental organizations, civil society and intercultural dialogue capable of actually handling conflict resolution? I'll offer the microphone first to Ambassador Tala.
Thank you very much. Well, I mean, the institutions, the civil society organizations, all other structures which have or can have a role in terms of keeping the dialogue need to remain active and engaged. I think it's extremely important not to discard that approach and that necessity, and continue whether or not there is progress or there is quick progress. It doesn't matter. I think it's very important that these structures continue to carry on their role, if only just to keep the channels open so you know exactly how the other side is thinking about the issues, what is the perspective he's looking at the issues from, what is on every single aspect of the conflict. You need to know the other side's vantage point. It's very important so that you conduct your own approach, but also you work on the confidence building approach. Any solution that is built on mutual or accepted result for the other side will last. Anything that is imposed, anything that is that takes away from the other side any sense of having received something will not last. So my own opinion is that if those structures did not exist, we should invent them. We should create them, because these are very important. Again, like I said, to keep the channel of communication and dialogue open, to understand the other side, and together there is a solution. However, we have to always to bear in mind that in any negotiation, in any discussion, in any dialogue, there are certainly a threshold points that you cannot disregard. We always like to say in the world of diplomacy that you have to be firm on the principle, flexible on the method. And that's the way that you can approach and maybe feel your way towards an acceptable, mutually acceptable solution.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Valdenatos, you want to comment?
What makes a dialogue successful, in your view? How do you regard dialogue? Whether it's intercultural or not, it's beside the point. Let's say that you have two opposing parameters and they start in a dialogue. What would the outcome look like in order to be successful?
It should be maybe some kind of common goal that the opposite sides want to achieve, and also the respect to the opponent and the ability to listen, and the respect to your own opinion and to the other opinion, to the opposite opinion, and in behind of this the clear motivation of both sides to find the solution-oriented direction, because if it's just the intention to speak and to share opinion, it's not like it won't result in practical achievements.
Yeah, I think Shana mentioned some of the basic things. Anyone wants to add anything else? On contradicts or say this is rubbish, dialogue is a different thing, it's opposing the right solution to both sides, for instance? So, dialogue, to start with, is not parallel monologues. You have two sides with different perspectives, and for a dialogue to be successful, it means that both sides have lost something. Or let's put it this way, so initially, or they have both won. So in that respect, for the end of this process, both sides would have moved away from the initial position and got nearer to each other. This doesn't mean that we have reached the position, the final state of things that it's an idea, which means a dialogue is a continuous process. It cannot stop. But you've mentioned some of the things and said that we have to know some of the position and so on and so forth. So one of the basic elements for this dialogue between differing big groups that differ from each other for a different reason. I'm not getting into the cultural element because friction, I'm afraid, is not a characteristic of culturally divided communities. It can be some civil wars and even other cases, including the one in Ukraine, can be claimed that we have two communities that share the same culture. So in that respect, we have two opposing communities, though there is a need, as you've said, the political will to do that. And there is also an important element that there is a set of shared values between the two sides. If there's an absence of these shared values, then dialogue, I'm not sure that it can work. Now, for those shared values, whether they are the universal accepted ones or ones we have been built together bottom up, this is besides the point, but in any case, there is a shared value in this respect. The other element, once it comes to two opposing communities or two different communities, is that, and this is where we get into the notion of intercultural dialogue, is that they have to be able to communicate with a different perspective and culture. This means that in order to get into an intercultural dialogue, which is part of anything in case of an area where we have a conflict, which is not only between states, it's between communities within the same state or the same region and so on and so forth, it needs a process. So the intercultural dialogue needs competence, needs a process, needs education, needs training, needs formalizing it. So in that respect, intercultural competence is something that we need to have. We need to have intercultural education that this is a long time, this is in a long process, of course, but in the notion that we can understand what can be, what the other mean with some of the wording and so on and so forth. And in that respect, if we want to get involved in the intercultural dialogue, and we can get into the notion of the intercultural dialogue later on, it means that in some cases, or in many cases, we don't start and say we are in intercultural dialogue. We need a tailor-made format, a tailor-made structure to deal with a specific situation that we have there. In terms of the civil society, I'll come back later, so let's continue the debate.
Thank you. Mr. Tsiarko?
I'm here with the colleagues about keeping dialogue. In this case, I just wanted to say that we need not only the common values to keep it, because we know that a lot of civil wars is happening between the friends, neighbors, brothers, and so on. Another important point for the keeping dialogue and for the conflict resolution is the common future. For every part involved in the conflict, it's crucially important to see your future with the opposite, with the counterpart, maybe facing new problems, facing new issues, commonly when it's clear that each without other cannot face or cannot solve another problems. Oftenly, to pass a conflict, to settle it, we need to enlarge our visions, our horizons, to understand that not only our problem is the one on the world in our life, and understanding this point will allow us to pass to the next level and to pass to go ahead, solving actual problems and developing our lives and our countries for the future. So the common future may be one of the important conditions for the successful conflict resolutions.
Shall we say a shared vision?
Yeah, and shared vision.
Mr. Golikov?
Yes. Yeah. I'll say that, for example, talk about the role of civil society in tackling the conflicts. As you know, the globalized world is becoming more valuable. The civil society organizations is more valuable in the cooperating in public diplomacy. So we now see the processes of cancel culture processes. We see that the organizations are taking one or another position in some questions. So, but we need still keep to have this a common position on the general things like global warming, climate change, health issues, and so on and so on. So we need to have also the voice of civil society in green revolution, because if we are losing part of these stakeholders, then it will be very difficult to interact when we come for the technical decisions. It's also very important that a new political agenda will be taking into account a civil society perspective when we talk about as a regional conflicts, as a global one. As you know, there's a plenty of international organizations with dealing, for example, with AID, volunteering, and so on. If we talk, for example, Olympic Games, which without volunteer work or civil society input could not be happening. So this is the issues where civil society plays a major role. And they already became as international stakeholders, as you know. They can play an influence at civil society, at the world. So let's say the problems. So this is like my perspective, small one. So basically, I see that the civil society plays a major issue in the world in this case, and to tackle the intercultural dialogue. This is, for example, Annalyn Foundation was one of the biggest let's say NGOs in the Mediterranean region was created. The same in the Baltic Sea as well. We have a huge foundation like Nordic Council, which promotes cooperation. Because the partnership is not only between the governments, but it's also all the business one. It's also the third sector. Thank you.
Thank you all for your contributions. We have seen already that there are many aspects of the conflict resolution, and nowadays we live in a much more complex world than when the UN was founded back 75 plus years ago. So I would like to ask our esteemed experts, do you have in mind any examples where governmental organizations, international organizations have handled with success conflict? Some examples that could be applied in the modern world, the current era, to say, the post-9/11 21st century. And if you don't have some such examples, what should be made to make these institutions able and capable to handle such conflicts in a more effective way? Thank you very much. Who would like to start? Let's start.
Case studies.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. The case studies, as usual, allows us to understand better the general problems. One of the main things that I would like to underline is that the number of actors grew during these 70 years. And if in 1945 we had about 50 countries in the world, now we are dealing with 193 countries member of the United Nations and about 20-30 countries outside of the UN. But these actors are play important role, like Taiwan, for example, and other countries. Are recognized generally by the EU, or Kosovo. Another case. It is one category of new actors. Another is transnational corporations. We see, for example, actually in the actual conflict on the territory of the Ukraine, we see the active role of the lot of corporations like Amazon, Meta, Google, and so on, the social networks. But this, in which grade these international, transnational corporations are implicated, are involved in the international law. If we can put them or to respect international law. It is the problem not on the national level, of the transnational level, on the national level too. That's why this number of transnational organizations have to be analyzed and have to be integrated in this international law, which was elaborated in 1945 within the United Nations organizations. Namely, these new phenomena, new technologies, and development of them represents for us new risks, which pass the borders and create new conditions, practical virtual world. It's actually maybe not less important than real economy and the ground human rights defending. This is my point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buster, you want to?
Thank you. Well, actually, I believe that if we are talking about how to measure quote-unquote success or failure, I think the very fact that civil society gets involved, keeps the channels of communication open, it's already a success. I think the reason here why I'm saying this is that because if you tackle the problem at the level of the government or the politicians, those people and structures, they function on a different type of criteria. They have political objectives, they have political commitments, but they also have political timelines. And one of them is, if we're dealing with a country with an electoral process, then these people also always have in mind the next election, and they work and they proceed on the basis of what's going to happen to them in the next election. While civil society approaches the issue on almost, I would say, individual, a human-to-human type of approach. Therefore, they're more open to understanding, to listening, and also to work towards what Nikolai was saying, keeping in mind the common future that they all have together. Particularly when it comes to communities from neighboring countries, directly neighboring countries, I think the issue is extremely important because the political situation, the conflict situation will eventually be solved, even if it takes sometimes a lot of centuries to settle finally, but it will come to an end eventually. And the people will continue to live side by side. And I think it's very important for them to be involved, and the fact that they are involved is, I think, a great measure of success for any civil society involvement. Why I said that sometimes it takes many centuries, I just give you on the light side. In year 82 of this era, that means almost over 2,000 years ago, the last war between Carthage and Rome ended. It was the Third Punic War, but the peace treaty was signed in 1985 between Rome and Carthage. So virtually for 20 centuries we were at a state of war with Rome.
Vasily, you want to comment?
Yeah. Well, basically, we talk about civil society and the government perspective. European Union, as you know, is more worldwide promoted as a soft power. And the key issue is that to improve social cohesion, for example, in the region, to move forward into society the values of European Union, like the fundamental values of human rights, which we promote all around Europe, all around the world. And with Versa, we are quite successful in some parts. So, and due to global challenges and in international changes which we see right now, as I see partly the international law is disappearing, so global risks and the new security threats, it takes in the position that the civil society organization need to rethink their role, the way of they acting and doing. So as in local level, as an international one, and with engagement of the government bodies and working with other stakeholders. So basically, how we'll be implementing those ideas and the challenge and the solutions which they want to achieve in the different regions. So this is a very important point. Also, time to time we see, for example, that international organizations acts already like governmental bodies or institutions. For example, like Greenpeace, or the Friday for Future organization, if you know that there was a big strike with Greta Thunberg, and she tried to empower so many youngsters, and that's basically the beginning of something new. We don't know what is the political agenda for that, but it could be happening. So something like that.
Thank you, Stefanos.
I don't really have something in particular in mind in terms of the civil society role in conflict resolution. Well, indirectly, but I'd like to mention two things. One, the role of Facebook in terms of the Arab Spring, not at least indirectly, and just for whoever knows, the general knows, one of the things that the protesters were mentioning is that Facebook allowed them to feel that they are not alone. There was someone else over there who has shared the same values and the same ideas and so on and so forth. But again, within the framework of or within the phenomenon of the Arab Spring, it's the decisive role of the quartet in Tunis, which actually led to a Nobel Prize award. If those who don't know it, it's interesting that the combination of civil society organizations, actually Bar Association and other ones, who brokered a breakthrough between the Islamists on the one hand and the moderate and secularists on the other hand in terms of the constitution. It's not conflict per se, but a failure to reach such a compromise, regardless of the steps afterwards, might have led to a different notion. Now, but at that point I'd like to add a negative side, if that's not possible. First, in terms of a compromise. The compromise needs not to go beyond, or anyone not to go beyond a certain level, because then both sides are not satisfied with the result. So this is an essential point. So compromise is not an ideology. It's not something that we have to make it regardless. It has to be based that the compromises that we make cannot touch upon the core values of the both sides. That's why the common values are essential. That's on the one hand side. The other hand, on the other side, I think Ambassador Atala mentioned that we should not expect much more than what those institutions can really perform and add, because then such expectation would lead to disappointment and the failure would be bigger and would actually jeopardize the future of the role. Now, in that respect, so I'm coming back to the weakness, let's say, or the phenomenon, or the internal discourse, internal condition of civil society as a community. And this is that civil society tend to act individually. Individually, I would say, or independent of one institution to the other. So the collective action of civil society is one requirement which not always the case, and this is essential. And in the best case scenario, the theory is that among civil society, the divisions, the differences are resolved through dialogue or through discussion and through peaceful means. Nonetheless, the current trend, at least in the last 10 years, shows some disturbing phenomena. First of all, the rise of, or the existence of what we call uncivil society. So they are activists who are aggressive in notion and do not really share the values that the rest of the civil society community. And accordingly, a new group which will be labeled, even though this group is extensively diverse between them, the conservative civil society. So if you consider that there are different trends who do not coincide with what we consider as the the civil society organizations that are working for a common cause, which is noble cause. Here we see that civil society organizations, in the best case scenarios, are much more conservative in terms, tend to be nationalist or religious oriented. So in that respect, this is an internal institution, let's say, that is that challenges the role that civil society can really perform in a positive way. If I'm coming back to a positive notion on the same side, I would say that for civil society to play such a role, partnerships are essential. Just going back, I forgot to mention, one of the key problems is that for civil society organizations to act as they should, independent from the state and other power structures. If they are perceived or if they act as Trojan horses of political parties, governments, or other, or even major enterprises who have some economic benefits, then they are self-defeating their cause, and they will, of course, jeopardize the reputation of what civil society is about. So, if I'm going to go back to the notion of whether they can provide assistance, help, and play a role in the conflict resolution, then I would argue that they have to work closely with the governments or with the state institution, but also with academia. Academia is an essential parameter that, and vice versa, a parameter for civil society because it provides knowledge, but also civil society can provide the on-the-ground experience that is so vital for academia to formulate approaches, theories, and paradigms. Thank you.
I could just, if you let me, just to add, just one thing.
The next question will be following up on this.
Just to add to the thing. So basically, for example, from my experience working 20 years with civil society within Estonia and the international world, the last 12 years, I see there is a big challenge with the political will of the state, because if you see, compare the North Africa countries, even European countries, there is a so diverse systems we have. The law is different and so on. The second, you just mentioned very good important thing that the organization is playing a very important role, and one of the examples, yesterday I heard by Anneli, which leads the global organization, Digital Cleanup Organization, became by civil society, formal and non-formal, and traditional and non-traditional. So they was all collective, but of course with the support of the government. If the political will exists, then it's the easiest way to cooperate. The cultural and historical context of the partnership of the organization. For example, in Egypt, as I for a moment, I know there is no such a law, for example, that civil society can do that and that and that. So there's something incorporated. That's what everyone was discussing with the Bibliotheca Alexandrina about that, and financial aspects as well. Because of course, if you want to do some job, to find some solutions, you need resources. Not only the money, but also people, the knowledge, which you need to transfer. So this is the main challenges, for example, for civil society to act in partnership with the government.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to keep all these final comments from both Vasily and Stefanos. And I would like to be a bit critical about civil society, just to be more productive. Is actually civil society being able on itself to be involved in conflict resolution? Because civil society cannot produce legally binding results. They do not have the status to do so. They have significantly lower resources, so they depend on the state, on other factors in order to be able to operate. And of course, as already mentioned, civil society is very different among different countries. In some it's not free, it's dependent on the state totally and politically. It has we have phenomena of corruption even in civil society in various countries. And in some countries it's not totally dependent or even in existence. So what do you think about that? Ambassador Atala?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to refer to my own experience. 37 years on the Foreign Service of Tunisia. Throughout, I would say, probably the entire period that I served in that capacity, we have been very much wary of civil society involvement in major issues. We always wanted them to stay outside of the discussion, outside of the negotiations, not to be involved. And I must confess that I took that position myself for a long time. Then I changed hats, and I entered into civil society through the Annalene Foundation, and I started working more directly with civil society. And I saw directly the contribution that civil society can make, and I think civil society, based on maybe some of the criteria that you mentioned, which is close coordination with the authorities, particularly when it comes to the interest of the country, to the objectives, then building a very solid relationship of trust and mutual support. I think that way civil society becomes really an asset, a very important asset for the official work that the government can do. Because let's face it, I mean, there are things that a government cannot do because of the rules, the regulation, the international commitments, the necessity to take into consideration or into account other interests. Civil society is free of all that. Put on the clear track with a clear coordination, clear objectives as to what would be in the national interest of the country, then they can perform. Of course, it is clear that they cannot commit the authorities, but certainly they pave the way towards a possible solution, because the result that they can achieve can make the authorities, the government, more comfortable into, I'm not saying accepting everything that they have been able to accomplish in their own participation, but at least certainly see the issue from a different angle. And that means that through civil society, through what they can convey to the other side, but also from the other side, the government can gain a more comfortable, quote-unquote, position, feeling that there is support from civil society for the government to work on the lines of that result. So, what I'm trying to say here is that partnership, yes. Mutual trust, yes. Coordination, yes. But no commitment. That line stops there. When we reach the point where you have to commit, then civil society steps back and leaves the national authorities, the official authorities, to take the lead.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Nikolai?
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm totally agree with what did you say, because, but here I would like to share my experience in this case, because I had the opposite. I came in the public service from the civil society institutions. For more than 10 years I worked in the Academy of Sciences, was a professor in the university, and 5 years ago I was invited to work in the national authority institutions and became bureaucratic people, which I really maybe not hated, but having a skeptical, critical attitude. And now I really understand that I had a course in the university, civil society as a discipline. I know that the civil society is not only a set of institutions, but it has a dimension of the spiritual part. And this atmosphere, this spiritual values which are persisting in the society are organized, formulated by the civil society organizations, associations, even individuals. And actually, I really know that this value and this asset of the civil society organization in my country, and I have to underline here that through the civil society platforms, we can ensure informal, unofficial discussions and dialogue with all the conflict parts and participants, and it helps us to find some solutions which later became commitments for the parts, and it helps us to find these solutions and to maintain, to keep the peace in our country, to stability, to provide the stability, which became a key condition for the development and for the progress, or on another part, at least not to multiplicate or the risks and the challenges for our country. That's why the role of the civil society, I realized from another chronological experience. Thank you.
Okay. So, but if you're going back to the not commitment, right? Why the civil society do not really want to commit to the conflict resolutions? So I see, for example, one of the points is that legal perspective, because they don't really know what's the consequences of doing that. For example, taking one or another side. It's also one of the possibilities that, for example, if you take in cases of Syria or Ukraine, one of the another side, and it's you are completely opposing the how you call it, neutrality. So, for example, that's why, for example, Red Cross tries to be in some way neutral, right, to any conflicts, and of course, being positive side of civil society in my country, in Estonia. As you know, Estonia was a part of Soviet Union. So when the Soviet Union has collapsed in 1991, we have a quite challenging situation in our country because we have this Russian-speaking community, Estonians and other nations. So there was a big gap between our societies. So Nordic Council, for example, Baltic Sea Council, OSCE and so on, there was investing a lot of resources and empowering civil society to be co-leaders or co-partners to the government to improve the situation on the ground, because there was a personal conflicts between the nationalities, as you know. So I think the input of civil society was in that time is very valuable, because we could prevent many challenging problems, like, for example, that's what happens in Ukraine and after that. So it's better to invest and involve the civil society at any stage which is possible. Of course, with looking for the risks and eliminating them, but engaging them is very important. And for sure, we have to think about, if you engage, that this organization will not be part of the conflict, not become the part of the conflict, but they will be a solution of the conflict resolution. So this is like my thoughts about that.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanos.
Thank you. Well, in order to answer this one, I would like to go back to some of the characteristics of civil society and civil society organizations. And probably this one would indicate the usefulness and in which part of it. First of all, what is a civil society organization? As we've said, it's civil society as a community is a large gathering of too many organizations, which individually, each one of them holds very limited power, and therefore, in the systemic world, they cannot challenge the authority of others. So in that respect, they are immune to such, shall we say, silence of power. On the other hand, what they do, they tend to be they have a very extensive outreach in terms of society, so therefore they can touch segments of societies that other institutions cannot, but they can also function the other way by conveying messages both ways, or messages and of course the feeling, the consents and so on and so forth. Because of their action in very tense areas, social areas and so forth, in that respect, they think out of the box and they have developed certain skills. What do they do in terms of other action, other form of actions? Advocacy, service providers, monitoring, and in that respect, they also represent society at large. So those are a number of the characteristics that I at least recognize in civil society, at least in the ideal form, and therefore they can constitute the backbone of whatever they can perform. I would like to give two examples which are essentials of what they have done. One of them is what they have done in Syria. So during the civil war, and because of their nature, and of course this is a different trend, because of their skills that they developed, they were very important, they played a very important role in providing services because of the collapse of the state at that time. The counter effect and the problem is that by number of those institutions transforming their role into service providers, they stopped performing their role for which they were established, probably by not advocating, by not monitoring, by not doing the other side. So the question is that in such a case, we have to see it as only intermediary period to go back to them. And now a personal experience I had was from Israel, when the Anna Link Foundation ran a project. It was after the first invasion of Israel in Gaza, and there was a project called Restore Tracks Rebuilding Bridges. Now the whole campaign, one of the ideas of campaign, a number of things was in order to have some activities that bring together, and one of the elements was to give voice to the locals, Palestinians and Israelis and institutions, in order to share their experience and share what's going on. The Israeli government reacted very harshly, saying, no, not accepted. If you continue that way, we are out of the Anna Link Foundation. The solution was given by the civil society of Israel. Their reaction was very rational. Said, why? If we are excluded, if we don't participate, we will lose the opportunity to express our own views of what's going on, and even those small missiles that we were received by the Palestinian side. I'm not saying, I'm not making a comparison between the harm that the Israeli armed forces can do to the Palestinians and in relation to what the Palestinians have done to the Israelis. That nonetheless, the idea was that if we leave this space, then this is a space that will be covered by only one side, and only one side will express that. And this affected the position of the Israelis. Now, as I've said, yes, and I totally agree, of course, with the ambassador, that no, civil society cannot commit itself because it doesn't have the authority to do something like that. It cannot really bind the constitution, it cannot really bind the parliament to draw resolutions, so on and so forth. But of course, it can create pressure, it can advocate for certain solutions, and in my mind, maybe that sounds a little bit bold, but the ambassador also gave me the breakthrough saying that for many years, those state institutions did not pay attention to civil society, so they were out of the equation. So I would see a role even in conflict management as part of a larger group as a mediators, as the in-between between societies that have performed, they have proven their role, and with common ones, because I forgot to mention the other ones, networking and the international orientation of most of those civil society, so they are the ones who can speak a similar language with the other side. So if they can reach the opposing side of a consortium that would include civil society representatives, then the role of mediator can be one that they can perform. Thank you.
Can yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to really draw attention to one aspect. You mentioned, you said one word which really triggered this in my mind. You said they have skills. But in order for civil society to acquire the skill, they need training. Because without training and attaining that level of skills because they are part of a process of advocacy, because they will be, if we put ourselves in a conflict resolution situation, they will be dealing with extremely important and sensitive issues. They have to have the proper training to acquire the skills to do that. Because one of the aspects that we all need to be aware of is that in our world there will be a lot of manipulation.
Oh, yeah.
So civil society really needs to acquire the skills through training to make sure that they know precisely what they're doing, what is the reason behind anything that is brought to them or to their attention, and basically put themselves in the position of a chess player, know exactly 3 steps in advance where we want to take them. So that's, to me, it's very important. Skills, training to avoid manipulation. Thank you.
Just one note, in a very wide sense, even though some would not regard it as a civil society, I would like to underline the role that some figures from the church have played. Desmond Tutu in South Africa, and probably the Reverends in Jamaica in bridging opposing sides.
Thank you. I think we have been doing enough to always. Since we are running out of time, I would like to pass the floor to the audience. I think Adele has.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I have a question on, like we talked about the commitment of civil society and government. And we heard earlier about the UN resolutions, of course. So like, my question is basically like, how do you look at the UN resolutions on UN women and UN youth? And from the civil society perspective and from the governmental perspective. And this, because we talked about like in the past, was a bit challenging, and these days it's a bit easier. So how do you reflect on this, and how does these agendas help?
It's addressed to you.
Yeah. Let's collect some questions.
Yeah, maybe let's collect.
Another question or statement, something from our audience? The good kids.
There's one there.
Thank you. You said something about that civil society needs the right kind of training. I'm wondering what kind of training, because I do agree there's a lot of manipulation out there, so what would be the right way?
Somebody else? No? Let's start from the civil.
Okay, just a short comment. Totally agree with you. This is important initiative which was made by UN and the civil society worldwide to support the role of youth in tackling the conflict resolutions, for example, climate change issues and so on, because the youth is not a problem, this is a solution. And we have to keep in mind that they're thinking out of the box, they're providing innovative solutions for a small, let's say, or big problems. Yes, sometimes they could be too idealistic and so on, but without dreaming, we could not go further. So this is the fun thing. Of course, the role of women, right? The women that need to be supported. That's why one of the SDG goals is gender equality improvement, and then, for example, pay gap questions. So these initiatives need to be spread, of course. It takes time, for sure, to change the attitudes, the values, and bring, let's say, us in one common understanding, consensus. It takes time. So, but of course, it will not be taken tomorrow. Estonia, for example, is just the second, let's say, republic which we have. It's just 33 years, but we've done so big jump into a democratic country. We are the digital country. We're promoting the values. We're trying to cooperate. But the question is how the rest of the world will take this resolution into account and the real, the active, let's say, program of the governments. That's the question.
Okay, that's fine. It's brilliant to have resolutions. If I want to be cynical, so what? It's like I was following a lecture, or actually a lecture on creative entrepreneur, social entrepreneurship one who was leading a fund, and he was saying that in many cases those who come ask him whether the idea is good and it's worth being funded. And his answer is that your idea worth shit is how you implement it. So it's great to have this one, and this is it's something in the arsenal of the hands of the activists to demand it, but that's only the surface of it. There is a long way to go downhill, and there is a need, and this is where the skills development need how to achieve them and making sense. I would like to mention here one example, exactly for what I mentioned, and this is the case of the Yemeni Nobel Prize winner, Tawakkol Karman, and she is a staunch supporter of women's rights, of the freedoms, yet the way she approved, she followed it and protected it, did not go against the knife, did not go against blaming religion. What it did is look into the culture, into the structure, into the whole framework of Islam and the Quran, in order to find the arguments, in order to find the supportive arguments in its case. So it's more. This is fine. This is a major success. This is a major breakthrough. Yet this is only the beginning, and let's bear in mind that we can always draw back. And just an example: Turkey has signed it has signed a declaration in terms of women. Then it withdrew from it. So this is only the beginning, and that's why the role of civil society in monitoring, in pressuring, in advocacy is essential, because nothing is for granted. This is only a battle and not a war. One.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with the question on training, and then I'll go back to the other one. When we talk about training, because of the large scope of activities that civil society gets itself involved and undertakes, active people in those structures need to be fully aware of the cultural dimensions that they, first of all, they live in, their own culture, their own society, the values, the dimensions that they really would like to introduce to their own society in terms of development, in terms of opening up the space of activity. But also they need to be aware of other cultures. You need to understand the other culture as well. If you are dealing with issues of international dimension, then I really insist on the fact that you need to understand the geopolitical situation. You cannot get involved in anything that is international in its dimensions and outreach without understanding the global geopolitical situation. You cannot get yourself involved in trying to solve the issue or mediate between, sorry for the country that I mentioned, between Egypt and Ethiopia on the issue of the Renaissance Dam, without understanding the history and the value and the importance of the Nile to the Egyptians, and the same thing for the Ethiopians, how they view that waterway. It's very important, and you cannot really understand that if you do not properly delve into the documentation, the historical background to that. And therefore, if you don't do that and get yourself involved, you'll be manipulated by either side, because they will just give you their own view, well constructed, therefore convincing and believable. So, in order for you to keep your neutrality, you have to understand that dimension. You have to understand what each side is really trying to achieve through the position that it expresses. The third point, and I'm sure that there are others that I'm missing, is what is very commonly used in civil society space. It's the best practices. You have to know what has been done before, and through the best practices, it's not only the practical solution that has been put in place, but what led to it. Because for a practice to be considered a very good one or a successful one, it is based on real dimensions taken from the culture, taken from the history, taken from the social dimension of that specific country. So that would give you a window to those different cultures through the best practices. Now, when it comes to the resolutions, of course, I mean, what I would say here, it may sound like a slogan, but I mean, when you talk about youth, okay, again, I'm sorry for the name of the country that I will use. There are a lot of countries that say we have a youth policy. You take a country like Algeria, where you have 70% of the population under the age of 30. So it's not a youth policy, it's a country policy. It's just as simple as that. Now, that's one point. The second point is that, I mean, this is the law of nature. Today we're here, tomorrow it's you. And then the day after, it's your son or your daughter that will take. So if we do not accept the fact that we are only in transit, and therefore what I have acquired from those who have preceded me, if I don't share that with you, but also if I don't stand up, move aside, and give you my seat so that you can take over, then we have not understood anything. And the resolution, the United Nations resolution, like you said, you can throw it away. You can throw it away. The same thing for the issue of women. Again, the slogan is that we're dealing with half of the population, half of mankind. I mean, it is, again, also, if you take the examples from a variety of societies, you have also, you get an understanding about the role that women play. They are at the top of the hierarchy. So, compared to others where you have a patriarchal society, and you'd say, I mean, what's wrong with this one or that one? So if you are of the thinking that a society, any given society, needs to be under the total guidance and, if you want, control of one gender as opposed to the other, then there is something wrong there. So again, this may sound as a slogan, but what is the difference in terms of thinking, in terms of vision, in terms of strategic capacity between the two genders? I mean, again, this is really my personal deep view, is that this issue is there because the male side of society wants to remain in control. So, and it has to be something that really needs to be reminded, hammered day in, day out. And this is something that I always tell my wife. We in Tunisia, the situation of women, the status of women is really very, very good. But I always tell her that you have to fight for it every day. You have to make sure that it remains at this level And also, you have to take it further. So that the line that if, God forbids, something happens and you sort of like you're pushed back to it, it always getting higher and higher. So if you may lose something, you may lose just a little. But it is a struggle, an everyday struggle. Otherwise, again, the resolution can be thrown away.
Nikolai?
Very shortly and practically, totally agree with Mr. Ambassador what he said, because in my country we already can share a lot of experience of implementation of these two resolutions with youth and with women, peace and security. My institution was responsible for 4 years for coordinating of implementation of UN resolution. UN resolution, women, peace and security. And we can say that during this period we had a presidential election where women gained the presidency. The Speaker of the Parliament was a woman. The actual Prime Minister is a woman. A fourth part of the Parliament is members of the Parliament are women. The half of the government, the former government, half of the government was a woman, and two vice prime minister was woman, and even more can say that one. I cannot say it was she was a girl, but of 28 years, a woman became a vice prime minister, responsible for reintegration of the country, being involved in the conflict resolution process. Does it became possible because of the UN resolution? I cannot say so. But these points were written in the report that during this period of when our institution was responsible, we achieved a lot of progress in the implementing of this resolution. That's why, as a slogan, it's really a good point, and civil society can allow to promote them, to provide them. But in the public authorities, on the level of whole society, there are a lot of other criteria which need to be taken into account, analyzing the possibilities and good practices of implementing them. Thank you.
I will add something. Two things. In terms of skills, Alejandra, the Arab Foundation, as a reaction, and with the British Council, as a reaction to the Arab Spring, it developed a program called Young Arab Voices and then Young Mediterranean Voices, which was training on debating. And I give this example because I was negatively oriented towards debate. Because the examples I have seen was not the good ones. And then I was convinced. Why is that? A, the debaters are trained to develop their arguments in specific amount of time and rational arguments, and in respect to the other views. And that's why when we have a debate event, they can switch sides. So in that respect, they are trained to develop what they believe in arguments, in respect to others, and when they are counterattacked in brackets, they can respond with respect to the other view, again with arguments. So this is one of the skills that's very useful. Now, in terms of the cultural element you mentioned, I would like to mention that the Oslo Accords back in the 90s, there was a cultural element. I think it was the Deputy Minister of Israel broke the ice with the Palestinians by bringing with him local coffee. This was something common on both sides, and it broke the ice, and then that allowed them to have a conversation and gradually reach something, regardless, of course, of the outcomes later on. And the final one, and I want to mention, is not only good practices. I think failures are also essential because we can learn a lot about it. And the final one is in terms of women, and it's that's fine for me, and from an egalitarian perspective, this is essential. But from a universal perspective, personally, that's not enough for me. I would like to see women getting empowered, but bringing their own perspective, not duplicating the man's perspective. One example sometimes I'm using is one of Golda Meir during one of the wars with Arabs. And she was so pissed off with the people, and she reacted saying, am I the only one with balls in this room? I mean, I expect them to bring exactly the sensitivities, the tenderness, the empathy that policy is so much we need. Thank you.
Yeah. Just a short comment in case of gender equality. So, you know, I've been teaching like 10 years of my students on international relations and so on. So we had many women in the room and the men as well, and then we asked them, so if you go on election in the parliament, who you will be, asked the ladies, who you will be selecting? We had hiding that, and later on I discovered, but majority of women, they select men. So here's the question for me, the logistical one. If we are fighting for women's rights or gender equality and so on, promoting it, so why the ladies are selecting men in the parliament?
Because they didn't have the opportunity to express their views properly.
I'm not really sure.
So we could discuss this also. Yeah.
More psychological.
Yes, we in Estonia, for example, we had the first president last time, and now we have a prime minister right now, who is also, and day by day we're improving the situation in the parliament, and also, for example, Nordic countries, if you take them as they are lead in this process. They also have a law by which describing how many women can be at the board of the management of the companies, and they're supposed to be. But at the same time, you need to know where to stop, or at least to not go over, because sometimes there's a cultural differences. It takes time to say from, let's say, from the Soviet time country to the democratic country. Transition period takes a lot to be improved, the situation, as unemployment issues, social benefits, and so on and so on. And regarding the skills, for sure, the skills could provide the impulse for development in long-term perspective, especially for young people. Because what you see right now, young people, for them it's very difficult to understand what is the information which you needed, which is just a noise. Right? So because if you go to internet, there's a plenty of the information. But what is the most important, what is the main core of the seed, which you could use it wisely to improve your situation. That's the skill what I think we have to learn. And also not just to reminding or keeping in mind, but to think. Because if the person doesn't know how to think and analyze, as the user said, young Narva Jõesuu, that was a really great idea proposed by the Narva Foundation. And of course, there's a many initiative by the EU and the Nordic Council, which we have in our ones. There's a special program, for example, in terms of Denmark and Finland or Sweden, which supports the initiative for youth to capacity building of the organization. So basically, we're building the system, which the ladder, which provides for just a young person from village to be a future president. Why not?
Okay. Do we have some time?
Yeah, just ask questions.
Well, any other questions?
You have a question.
Yeah?
Can you also present yourself?
Yeah.
We discussed about
You are?
my name
Yes. Who you are?
Nicolas Cabras. We discussed about youth and peace. Can youth organize be productive and even representative of a conflict? And what's the role of the civil society after a conflict is resolved?
Any other questions? Please, briefly.
Well, I can give you an example of my organization, which we have worked already for 20 years. When we participated, for example, in dealing with the integration questions, right? For example, we have a Russian-speaking community, Estonian community, and there was like any kind of challenge which was faced. Our role is to help to social cohesion, to improve the situation in a better way. Of course, with the youngsters, with the government, with all the interested stakeholders, and don't forget about the future input which the youngsters could bring to the new, let's say, level. So basically, when you act, think always what your actions will bring to the other ones, because sometimes, yes, I will help, yes, I do that, but you will harsh more than it could happen, that you could bring more problems than you think you will find out the solution. So this is the one thing which I always keep in mind, what my actions could do and impact the other ones. The second thing, of course, think about where you could be useful, your skills and knowledge. For conflict resolution, it's a very tricky issue, to be honest. It's me as an ambassador and other experts was saying here that it contains many issues which you have to keep in mind. And of course, for a young person, it's very difficult because he's on the way to be upgraded and skilled and so on. So this is my proposal. Always think what you do and your consequences and solutions for that. Anyone?
In terms of the second part, what they can offer, going back to what I've mentioned, advocacy for whatever solution is, service provider for what has been destroyed and therefore there is a need for certain aspects, monitoring that what is agreed is taking place, but mostly is part of, I think they can play a role, again, as I've said, not independently from the other institutions that are involved, as part of the confidence building measure that is is very important in order for a lasting solution to take place, because the initial stages are very vital. If you go through the first one, then the next one are positive. Now, in terms of youth, I just wanted to add, being a little bit provocative, and ask you, what is the profile of the neo-Nazis, the ultra right-wing groups, and in terms of the age that they are? Most of them are youth. So this is in order that youth is essential. I'm not saying that they are to blame, but it's essential to understand why this happens and deal with it. And probably, marginalized youth is marginalizing youth is one of the reasons that we have them expressed that way in other things.
Thank you. And I thank you also for the question, because in fact, when you're dealing with a conflict, and I think the United Nations is right when it set the process to be conflict resolution, then peace building, 3, reconstruction. So it's a whole process. It's not something that you do today. Once it's done, you pull back, let the government sign whatever document to end the conflict, and then you look at something different. No, you have to remain involved in the whole process. As Stefanos was saying, particularly the initial steps are very, very sensitive and very crucial. The whole thing can collapse. So you have to be there as a watchdog to make sure that things continue to be on track. And then you also need to be involved in the peace building process to continue working on the confidence building to make sure that I'm going to use a phrase by President Mandela, the interregnum of the past does not return. So, and then of course you help in the reconstruction with the various plans, the various objectives, the various visions and strategies. So yes, absolutely. I mean, it does not stop at the end of the discussions with the signature.
Thank you. Nikolai, final remark?
Yeah, final remark. If I remember good this point, Tony Blair, when came into the cabinet and into the office as the prime minister, said that his cabinet will have 3 priorities: education, education, and education. That's why maybe this priority. This person was not the first who said these words in the history, but saying that this,
Location,
this,
location,
yeah, this point for young people maybe is the absolute priority if personal of individuals, young individuals want to be involved, implicated in the problems of the community, of the society, and of the government. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think it was a very productive discussion and panel. We have touched 360, to use a modern term, the civil society's involvement in conflict resolution. We considered it very much then. We are going now to have our recess for lunch. The organizers are quite generous to allow us to be that until 2 o'clock. So at 2 o'clock we return here for the next panel. Okay, thank you all very much. Dear speakers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
call on Annalisa Starkova, and she will introduce the panel, the panelists, and guide the discussion. Annalisa?
Yes, today we have a next panel, which is a peace and security. Mostly it will be focused on a security resolution from UN Security Council 2250, which is basically, I will remind you, is like kind of guidelines, which is was adopted 2015, and it's speak about the role of the youth in peace building and after conflict settings. So mainly it will be focusing on sustainability and peacekeeping and the role of the youth in these processes. So I would like to invite the speakers, and it's Mercedes. Mercedes Andres. Is she here?
She's still not here.
She's coming.
She's in the...
Yusuf Rasmo. And Ivan Vasilevsky. Oscar Musimix. So we can start our discussion, role of the youth in peace building and sustainability. What one more? Oh yes, sorry, it's another page. And Anastasia. Yes. Yeah, thank you. So I think we can start our discussion and look at the role of the youth in formal or informal sense. Also now it's ongoing conflict is going on, which was not mentioned that much. War in Ukraine, where we see very huge presence of the youth indeed, which are working very effectively and self-organizing to help Ukrainian army, to help Ukrainian people. And I think this is also should be spoke about today. Also we have guests from Syria who also can share the experience which was in Syria conflict resolutions on practice and how youth was involved there. Yeah, so we can start from first presentation.
Okay, so shall I start first or we start from there?
No, you.
Use the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall I stand here or sit?
It's up to you.
Okay. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here in this conference. My name is Yusuf, and I'm going today to talk about the peace and security topic, the peace and security in Europe, and how we can limitate the conflicts in Europe and in the world. Actually, to begin with, how we can, there is a question, how we can limit the conflicts in Europe. Firstly, I would like to say that people, there is very main thing that we need to understand. People need to separate between the local people and the government, because we can't blame local people because of their government mistakes, and this actually is very important to understand. By example, I would like to say I would like to talk about my experience in Syria. When I was during the war in Syria, when I was there. Actually, I was not guilty at all. I have never carried a gun. But like by example, if I go to another city and people like know that I'm from different city, and they know like my ID, and maybe by like because of like my religion or because I'm from different cities, they started to judge me and to say that okay, you are a tourist because you are from this city. But this is actually unfair, because we can't blame people, because by example, if in, let's say, if in my city there are some people who are bad, or like we can't say that everyone in the city is a criminal or a terrorist or like a guilty. And actually there is, by example, also another example about judging another people. By example, now we see the problem which is now in Ukraine. Actually, what is going on Ukraine now, what Russia is doing there, it's a crime. But I do believe that we can't say that every Russian-speaking people are guilty, because if we want to change ourselves in the future and like to have less conflicts in our communities, we need to stop thinking like this and to stop the stereotyping and judging another, because this actually could destroy any community, and this is one of the main reasons to the civil war. Actually, this is in fact this is the real experience which I have experienced in Syria. Secondly, people shouldn't believe in everything what is saying in TV or media, because this could make a lot of conflicts and a lot of problems. By example, also in Syria, the media and TV have played a main role to extend the war. There were many like fake news. There were many like things which make people like angry or like not understand what is going on and in another cities. So this is really like very important to make sure that if this information are real or not, because in Syria the media was one of the main reasons to extend the war for like till now. And thirdly, like maybe this is something we don't like maybe analyze or like we use, because this is very important. Celebrity and famous people can be like, by example, like actors, like football players, can make a huge influence and impact on people. By example, there are many examples on this. I don't know if you know, like one very famous football player, Didier Drogba. He was playing for Chelsea, and this guy, he was one of the main reasons to stop the war in his country, because in Cote d'Ivoire they have like a civil war from I don't know, maybe for many years, for 20 years. So also there are like another famous people. By example, recently I have watched a video of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he was like telling very good things, and he made a huge like influence and impact to the Russian and to the case in Ukraine. So actually, I do believe that this famous people and celebrities can make really a huge impact and a huge influence. Because me personally, I like sport, and if this person by example, like Cristiano Ronaldo, I like him very much, and if he sees something that this is very bad, or like just like we need to stop this. Many people like could like follow him because they like him, by example. So and I think that's all. I wanted to share my little experience with you, and I hope that you enjoyed the topics and was it useful for you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, I think even now in ongoing conflict that the role of celebrities is also very important. For example, in Russia, not so many people having this brave attitude to condemn the war as something, as a crime, because, you know, in an authoritarian state and they can be put into prison or something, and so they also put themselves in a risk, but they still speak and they make a very big influence on society and changing the image of this conflict and war. So maybe I will later invite Mercedes or Anastasia who wish to speak.
I think it's better to listen to them first and then...
Ivan.
Yeah.
Then we can go like this.
Yeah, thank you, Yusuf, for sharing your experience that you have witnessed in your country. I will also talk about the youth and how they can create peace and security in their own local country or local place. So the most important thing is that the youth have to be recognized as an important role, because the whole world is most of the world is young people, and they have big power that they can use when they stay together. So, and also we can compare old people and young people, because young people, they think creative and they are present and look into the future, and old people, they used to remember the old days and look back all the time. So it's the contrast between those things is big, and also older people had a hard time forgetting things like the war and how they lived before, but young people, they can start from a new sheet and just continue going on. So yeah, and again the Greek colleague talked about the 5 pillars that they are used, like participation, protection, prevention, partnership, and disengagement and reintegration. Those are the 5 important things that we can do to sustain the peace, and yeah. And how should we act on those things? I'm looking locally in Denmark, because it's very active young people, both in the political and NGOs and a lot of big government places. So young people have a clear vision of peace, and they have a strong desire to make a change for our future without violence. And we need to create a space for young people that they can come and be themselves and project their peace and the future that they want. And a lot of time young people meet barriers in that way that they don't trust the government or the political situation or something like that. So they need to be trusted from the government side and also from the people. Because if you can't trust the government, you can make some changes in that direction. And of course, and one important thing is have some economy support that is a big motivator for young people to act. So it's important that people who is doing a good thing against to youth vision and peace and violence, they have some motivation in form of economy. And of course, all education is positive engagement in peace.
So once again, like I'll always say that education is very important. Education is the future for creating this peace and vision of and as I say, the generation of youth is the largest today. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for emphasizing again education and the role of this is very important. And I think Mercedes and Anastasia later can also go deeper in this. And now I would like to invite Oscar to speak.
Hi everybody. I will speak about daily basis. I work with different kind of cultural people, so it's very hard to be not the point of youth. You have to be like open-minded person. We have to drop out our stereotypes, because in Latvia, if I can say it, Latvian people is very stereotyping people. If some refugees or some newcomers come to Latvia, we have our own stereotypes what we need to drop out, because we need to create safe space, and we can't create safe space if we don't drop out these stereotypes. We have to think like other people. We have to make events to different culture people to introducing our culture, and they can create introduce their culture. What is happening in Latvia in my organizations? We help them. The Russian and Ukrainian situation was the same. We were in week, we built new health center in Riga for Ukrainians, where they can ask help, health help, clothing help, everything. Basically, our system was made from the government side in the week. So we making the safe space. We have to work together like youngsters. It's not easy, but youngsters can do a lot, and working together, different cultural peoples can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I am Mercedes. I'm working for the City Hall in Madrid. Let's say that I'm an outsider here, because I don't work directly with young people, but in some cases I have to work with them, and I think that the role of young people depends on their own situation, because I work with migrants, and migrants have other needs. So they are fighting for getting some places at schools, at universities, and they are not so close with the war between Russia and Ukraine, so their needs are different. So from their perspective, I think they are passive, because the situation are not touching them. So in Spain, young people are fighting for other things, for example, the LGBTI community and things like that. And I mean, things that touch them. So that is an important point of view. And secondly, I want to point out the same thing, which is the most important thing is education. And when I talk to these people, and when I ask them what do they think about peace what do they think about sustainability or conflict resolutions. Sometimes they don't know what I'm talking about. So we need education from the beginning, since we go to school, since we learn how to write and how to speak. We need education, because I have always said that education lacks of financial education. Then when we become adults, we don't know how to deal with money. Education lacks of emotional education, and if we don't have emotional education, then we don't know how to deal with conflicts. We lack nutritional education. There are a lot of problems with young people because they are overweight. But then I thought, okay, this panel I will be participating with young people, and as a psychologist and as a coach, what can I add to this panel? And then I thought, okay, the only thing that I can add, and which is the most important thing, is to make you aware that our first years in life are very important. So when I think about young people and when I think about youth, it comes to my head the parents of young people, and some parents are transmitting disappointment. They don't believe in institution, they don't believe in the Spanish government, and young people are inheriting those beliefs, and that is very important. But they have been talking about education, and I will add two words which are very important to me, which is education in human rights. Because if we don't educate people in human rights, it's like we have illiterate people. So how can we talk about conflict resolution, about peace, about sustainability, if we don't teach them about human rights? So for me, that is the most important point. So, you know, I think that it depends on what your problems are, where your interest comes. So the people that have to speak, the young people, you know, they are not involved with the war right now. They see that, okay, this is happening, but I'm not saying that they don't care about the war, because they care, of course, but they see that the war is far away from their lives. So we have to raise awareness. So we are all involved in the situation. And another thing that I would like to point out is that it's important that every one of us know the importance of our individualistic point of view. Because here in these conferences and in events, we talk about theories, and maybe we add some solution, but in our daily lives, what we are doing about it. So in Spain there are some organizations, I think in your country as well, and they are called AMPAs. AMPAs are organization of parents who want to help schools to educate their children. Maybe we can include human rights education in this organization, or maybe we can add some games. Okay, we can simulate, since we are very young, an election, for example, and children will be able to vote, and you know, little by little they can be involved in what peace is, what the UN is. But if we don't teach them, then it's not possible not to involve them in conflict resolution, peace, sustainability, the UN. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Anastasia Psalina. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'm very happy because I have the chance to hear the youth voice today. I will talk today, allow me to present you my point of view and my vision for education about intercultural dialogue and the role of intercultural dialogue for the youth. Beginning with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2215, let's revise that young people can play an important and positive role in the maintenance and promotion of international peace and security. The 4 pillars that the previous speakers have told already is participation, protection, prevention, partnership, disengagement, and integration. After this resolution, we have a very important report from 2018 about the missing piece. This is a very interesting report because it shows that young people throughout the world expressed, first of all, their loss of trust in their government, with the National Committee and the systems of governance because of their exclusion. It points out the sense of injustice, and that's why the progress study, and I find that as the most interesting part, that we have to recognize that young people are the missing piece at last. Here we have an infographic from this report where we can see that for youth, in order to be able, the youth, to work for peace, must include the youth, first of all, in the work. How? Today, youth are engaged in all phases of peace and conflict, are operating at every level, collaborating with diverse partners, respond to different types of violence, and build bridges about development, sustainability, human rights, humanitarian and peace and security. Also, I would like to point out that the most important part about Youth for Peace is that we have to give the space throughout innovative tools and creative approaches for youth, such as the information and communication technologies in social media, the arts, the media art, and music and poetry also, and at last, sports. Here we have the last report, which took place in February 2022. The name of the report is We Are This Together. It's about a strategic action plan for youth for inclusive peace, making processes. And we have again an infographic from this strategic action plan in order to see that in the center of this process is the community of practice in these 5 pillars: protection and security, gender and intersectional identities, communication and norm shaping, digital technology and innovation, and of course resources and funding. But all these must have as framework the institutionalization and policy, the capacity strengthening building, and the knowledge. And speaking of knowledge and education and training, we have to say that it's very important, the role of intercultural dialogue. But what is exactly intercultural dialogue? Intercultural dialogue aims at protecting human rights and cultural diversity. It's also a third opportunity of the society as a whole, including a broad range of stakeholders, such as families, schools, media, education, businesses, community, faith leaders, and political actors. What is it about? This process of intercultural dialogue combines 7 elements. First of all, openness and respectful exchange of interaction between individuals, groups, and organizations with different cultural backgrounds or worldviews. It also consists of equal value of the partners, voluntary engagement in dialogue, and non-mere tolerance of the other. but a common language for understanding and respecting at last cultural differences. It's also about creation of abilities that convert challenges and insight into innovation processes and into new forms of expression in a physical or a digital space. And at last, it's about prevention of violent conflicts, conflict management and control, and post-conflict reconciliation. What is the aim of intercultural dialogue? It's to reinforce social cohesion through the creation of bridges and links among people and communities. What is needed for that? It's needed a new emphasis which must be given on the cultural competencies, which are, first of all, communication in foreign languages, secondly, social and civic competencies, and at last, cultural awareness and expression. How can we promote intercultural dialogue? By three ways. First of all, unlocking the potential of cultural creativity for sustainable social and economic development. Secondly, promoting peace and fighting radicalization. And thirdly, strengthening cooperation on cultural heritage as an important expression of cultural diversity that deserves protection. And speaking of all this, I would like to share with you some best practices in Greece for youth in promoting peace and security through education and especially through intercultural dialogue. It's about two practices from the organization that I work with. The first one is the UNESCO chair of University of Macedonia, and UNESCO chair for the cultural policy and active citizenship and solidarity had organized conferences and a lot of seminars with the topic of the cultural dialogue, and here we have some flyers that you can take afterwards and see exactly the topics and the thematics that we have discussed. The first one is the International Conference with the title, The Role of Intercultural Dialogue in Managing Diversity in Europe. The second one is a 27-hour e-seminar with the title Intercultural Dialogue as a European Project. And at last, International Conference, EU Values, Diversity and Intercultural Dialogue Enhancing the Debate. And the second best practice is about two very important projects that have been organizing from Hellenic Cultural and Educational Club for UNESCO, which I'm a member of. The first one is the Cultural Heritage Youth Symposium, and the second one is a new project that is going to be held this summer, the World Olympic Summer School. The two of them have two of the main cornerstones that we talked about before. The first one is cultural heritage, and the second is sport and Olympism, as you can see. The first one, the World Cultural Heritage Youth Symposium, it's a very interesting symposium which is organized by the Hellenic Cultural Education Club for UNESCO, supported by the Hellenic National Commission for UNESCO, the United Nations Regional Information Center, and the Goethe Institute in Athens. It is under the auspice of the International Olympic Academy, as it being held on the occasion of the World Day for Cultural Diversity for Dialogue and Development. It is a contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals promoting education 2013, focused on SDG 4.7 as well as SDG 17. The aim of this very interesting symposium is to give students the chance to present their country's culture, the tangible and intangible heritage aspect, to expose their ideas and turn cultural diversity into a power for peace, security and development for all. It's also the aim to help students meet and understand different cultures and acknowledge the importance of world cultural heritage. And at last is to bring students from all over the world in contact with the ancient Greek culture and civilization. The participants are both teachers and students older than 12 years old. The schools usually are members or non-members of UNESCO Associated School Project Network, ASPNet. They can also be university, educational or cultural organization and association from all over the world, and all participants receive a participation certificate signed by the organizer. The most important thing of this symposium, Youth Symposium for Cultural Heritage, I think it's the declaration about the protection of the World Cultural Heritage. Because before the end of the symposium, all the participants will sign a resolution on the protection of the World Cultural Heritage, and this declaration in Asia and Olivia Youth will condemn any assaults and crimes committed against World Heritage sites and focus on the fight against any attack on cultural diversity. It's very important nowadays with the war in Ukraine. And the declaration after the end of the World Cultural Heritage Youth Symposium will be sent to UNESCO. Here you can see the agenda for this year, 2022. It was awareness through education. Some of the activities which involved the teachers or the students. These are some photos from this symposium. You can see also the place, the International Olympic Academy, where all the event takes place. The evaluation of the program is an excellent one because the evaluation form presented to the international coordinator and to the educational sector at UNESCO headquarters, and the average for the 2019 was 4.7 to 5. For this year, because for 2 years, 20 and 21, it was postponed because of the COVID-19. Because the symposium was held at 10 April till 15 of April, the evaluation nowadays will be presented. The next symposium for the next year, for the year 2023, has the title Raising Awareness in a Digital Age, and will be held in Athens for the ceremony and for the other activities in the Asian Olympia, a very holy place and very important place for Greek and for all the European civilization, from 26 till 13 of April. And at last, I would like to share with you the second project, which will be held this June for 2 weeks and July 2022. It is the first World Olympic Summer School, again in the International Olympic Academy in Ancient Olympia. This project is called the R Project. Why? Because, as you can see, in the cornerstone of this project are 3 values, the 3 values of Olympism: excellence, friendship, and respect. This first year that the summer school will be held is dedicated to the third one, the respect. That's why it's called the R Project. Excellence is a very important value, which I think that all youth must have in mind, and we as civil society must promote if we want to see our youth to be the leaders of tomorrow. The friendship is the second one, core value. It's about the mutual understanding with each other among individuals and people. And this is very important too, because the Olympic Games can inspire people to overcome political, economic, gender, racial or religious differences, and at last respect for oneself, for one's body, for others, for the rules and the regulation, for the sport and the environment. So, focusing on respect, the student will learn the importance of respecting others, the world, tangible and intangible cultural heritage, and the planet, the environment. There are 4 pillars for this R project: education, sport, culture, and environment. And also this program, we have to say that it's promoting the Sustainable Development Goals, focusing on SDG goals number 4 about quality education, gender equality, number 5, and number 11, sustainable cities, climate action, life below water, life on land, 13, 14, 15, and of course 16, peace, justice, strong institution, and at last 17 about partnership for all the goals. Through the educational program, students will learn the meaning of respect, the meaning of democracy, of freedom, and of equality. And the program aims to raise awareness relating to the Olympic values. Students participating in the program receive a participation certificate and will be the Olympic values ambassadors in their schools or in their homeland. Through the sport program of this summer school, will participate in the following Olympic sport: basketball, volleyball, athletics, swimming, archery, and plus sports activities such as flying fox and activities park. Through the cultural program, students will come in touch with a part of the world tangible and intangible heritage, and the educational cultural program includes a visit to the archaeological site, the Ancient Olympia Stadium, and the Museum of Ancient Olympia, a visit to the Archimedes Museum combined with a workshop in the museum, a visit to the Olympic Games 24 archive, and workshops about cultural heritage and the sustainable development goals. And at last, through the environmental program of the school, students will be informed about the environmental crisis mankind faces. The participant can be students in the World Olympic Summer School between 10 till 14 or 15 years old from around the world, and teachers too. And the official languages of the symposium are English, German, and maybe Greek. The accommodation, all the workshops, all the activities are taking place in the premises of the International Olympic Academy. You can see here some photos from this academy. And the first week for this year is 26 June till 3 of July, and the second week is 3 of July till 10 July. And as an epilogue of all this, as Aristotle has said, all who have meditated on the art of governing mankind have been convinced that the fate of empires depends on the education of youth. And I would like to finish with some thoughts from all this, that for me, as an educator, I think that if we want the youth for peace and security, we have to focus on education, non-formal education and informal education. We have to educate our youth in global citizenship. It means to be informed and actively participating. We have to give them green and digital skills, but we have also, as UNESCO said, to make them future literate. What does it mean? We have to prepare youth to invent, to prevent, and to communicate, to do a lot of things for the world. We have to empower them to use knowledge and skill more effectively and efficiently. We have to make them more media and information literate in order to use properly the information and spread the information through social media in the digital era. And of course, as have already said, the youth of tomorrow must be the actor of change, because educating youth will educate the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The discussion is almost we're out of time, but maybe we will take like 10 minutes for questions or reactions from the audience. Yeah.
I don't think we need it. Two things. Hey, everyone has stressed here. Everyone has stressed really here the importance of education, of youth, and this one and the other one should include. So my question is, who will shape it? Whose responsibility is this one? Who will put the curriculum?
Yes.
This is one thing. And the other thing, which is a little bit might sound a little bit provocative, but I think I will not skip it and say, well, definitely we'll say that a lot of the malfunctioning in societies are not the responsibility of the youth, including the war, and said, well, if you want to have a role in making solutions, then you also have the, you should have the courage to take the responsibility of some of the things are happening, and not saying only that this is not my blaming. Just for the sake of argument, what if the youth decided not to join the army? I mean, we have seen civil disobedience as one of the actions. So in that respect, I'm just saying that if we are going to have, and we would like to have, responsible youth and make them part of the solution, then the youth probably will have to take into consideration that they have an also certain responsibility, smaller or bigger, but even if they don't, if they take such a responsibility, then they have actually done a huge step and bypassing the mentality that has characterized the former generation. Thank you.
Maybe we can start.
Do you want first and then?
No, it's okay.
Decide.
Okay. Because as experts.
Okay.
I think that the most important thing to say is that the education is not only from school. It's something that must understand. When we say education, we mean in all types of education. So teacher and school and student must go out to the society. Today's school must be hubs for society, for innovation, and in this point, I think that the university can do a lot of things because the academia can give the knowledge to the teacher, can train the teacher to come in contact with real life and connect the education with the real life, the real world. And I think that if the child is educated from the earlier age, is more easy to become a responsible citizen. Yes. And in this point of view, I would like also to say that beyond all this, we need education for human rights, for civil education, environment education, and but we don't have to forget the meaning of values such as solidarity, empathy. We have to train our students from the earlier ages to be more socio-emotional in order to be able afterward to face all these challenges. And of course in the digital era. And I think also that there is a need for cooperation among civil society, families, universities, schools. We must, organization of course, government. It's a whole approach procedure. Yes.
This is the first one, and the second one?
Because you made two questions. I don't know if you want to answer this. No.
Okay, so I think that one of the problems in the European Union is that there are a lot of projects, and there are many organizations that are working with projects with youth, but I think we need only one organization to organize, topics about youth. For example, if I would become the person in charge of the European Union, the first thing I will do is to make a mandatory education in human rights. Right now in Spain, all the companies are implementing gender equality plans and I will do the same from the beginning. And because when we talk about youth, there is a wide variety of people which is included, or which are included in the term youth. So we don't know what we're talking about. And then I will take into consideration their point of view, not my point of view as an organization, because maybe I have a theoretical view, but for me the most important thing is to know what young people think, what they want to do, what they are capable to do. So it's, I don't know, mandatory human rights. And the second question, if I understood it well, I think that if we have a human rights education, we can decide everything we want, because we have the theoretical point of view, but then we can decide into practice. So if somebody tell me that I have to go to a war, for example, I have the right to say no. Thank you.
From my side, about who is responsible, about to introduce everybody, I think it starts from us, from our family. The family has to teach how to react with people, how to respond to different situations. Of course, the universities, the schools, the teachers, and of course, yesterday we spoke about NGOs and involvement in schools. If parents can do that, teachers don't know how to do that. We can organize lessons or something else with NGOs, because NGOs work with human rights, with youngsters, mostly daily life, and they have techniques and everything, how we can do that.
Yes, I also support my colleagues, because you can't educate young people without a teacher, but a teacher can't educate without education. So I think it's important that we start at the beginning of all this, and also young people have in their life, like the main goal is to get education, get a job, and begin to work, and then you can begin to be an active player in organization or NGOs. So I think it's important to change that they should already at education level involve in all this actively, and not just after they got education and work and then begin to do some actions. So I think it's important. And of course, I think there's need for organizations to step in and help the education people to take some action for those things that they learn. So I think, of course, organizations and big institutions should help educate people.
Thank you. Actually, answering the first question, I think, yeah, also I agree with my colleagues of education. Education is important, it's always very important. But I think that in schools, they will never teach like children about like society, about how they can make an influence in the society, and about politics. So I think if we want like to educate, especially like young people, we need to start like from a very young generation, because what young people learn in their like let's say childhood and in their teenager age, they will carry this with them for their whole life. So I think this kind, by example, this kind of organization, by example, non-governmental organizations, like this one, by example, like this session, if it will be very great, like for especially for young people, like to participate and to learn something from like experts, from how they can like play a role in their future and what is the community. Also, like by example, there are like many like organizations, like the Red Cross, Caritas, also in in each like country of Europe. And I think also they should like do, by example, 1 or 2 times per week a session about also like, let's talk about like politics, about a topic about like society, about the future. And because actually I do believe that in schools they will never teach children about these topics. And actually, answering the second question, actually all of us, we are responsible. So because we are living in this country, but I think that when the younger people like feel responsible of their community and society, and especially when they have like conflicts, if they only like have experienced the I'm sorry for this, but like the war or like the conflict. By example, when I was in Syria before the war, for me like I didn't understand anything about war. I have like in Palestine it was a war, and like in another country in Iraq, but people like will never understand if they don't like experience. So now, like after escaping from Syria, now I'm thinking that okay, oh my God, the war is something very bad, and this is something, the worst thing in the world, the war. And now I like to participate in very like different projects, and I would like in future to make a role to just stop these things and to find a solution. So we just like people feel responsible if they really have experienced the situation with it, and because actually in our time now many young people don't care about, okay, maybe they don't, even they don't watch the news. So the main things, I think we need to create a new like plans or like education to attract the politics theme to them, because politics is very complicated and we need to make it an easy topic for young people to attract them. So thank you.
Thank you. Now I think we end our time. Unfortunately, we can. Yeah. Do they?
I have a question.
I actually have one question, because we talk about a lot about the youth, and I agree, I totally agree. But you know, our generation, we engage a lot with each other, you know, both in sports, schools, organizations like this. And I think we all can agree that, especially the people that are in the room right now, that even though where you're from in the world, most of us has the same passions and ideas. But I'm thinking, what about, you know, the elder generations? Because, you know, I have worked with a lot of old people, and I have experienced a lot that, you know, the generations before us, a lot of them don't engage with people from other countries, you know. So they don't have, you know, they have built up, you know, their beliefs on rumors and thoughts. They don't engage with people from around the world. They don't see the perspectives from other people, you know. So, and I think that is one of the reasons, one of the biggest reasons why there still is a lot of racism, if you can say it like that, because they don't have the information and they have not engaged with, you know, other people. They just sit at home, watch the news, and believe what the news show them. So, yeah, basically my question is, you know, how can we also help to change, you know, the view of the younger, the generation before us? Because, you know, us this generation, we engage all the time with each other, you know. And we probably everybody here has, you know, friends from all around the world, Africa, South America, Russia, wherever, you know. But the older generations, they, yeah, what about them?
And maybe you will also ask questions to say.
Yes, thank you. I'm very, very pleased to have this panel because we have educators, we have practitioners on the field, people dealing with newcomers. And my question is that we heard this morning from Professor Mete, I don't know if she's here, she's not, about when she was talking about the issue of immigrants and refugees. And she started with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, particularly the Article 13, which speaks of the freedom, the right of people to move about freely from one region, from country to another. So my question is, from the three perspectives that you have, particularly I think the issue for human rights have been underlined here. So how do you deal with the contradiction between human rights or the rights of human beings as written in the Universal Declarations, signed on by basically all countries around the world, and the reality on the ground where people are being denied entry, where people are being detained when they try to enter. And so how do you deal with that, with this contradiction, as maybe an educator, as someone who works with the newcomers and youth on the ground? How do you deal with that, with this contradiction? I mean, what would be your answer to that? Thank you.
Okay, so I think that it's not new for you that we are living in a VUCA world, which is an acronym very famous, which means vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So we live in a VUCA world, and we can write many wonderful things on the paper, but as you say, the reality is different, and we have to learn how to deal with that. Because in some cases, unfortunately, we have to decide with two things that are contradictory, and so we have to think what is the less bad, I mean, because that's life. Life is not perfect. Life is not black and white. So I think we have to deal with the ambiguity and uncertainty. Until now, we didn't have this uncertainty and ambiguity we have now. And first we had the pandemic, and then when we were happy. It's just to say something. Then now we have the war between Russia and Ukraine, and then tomorrow we don't know what will happen. So we need critical thinking as well. I don't remember your name, but you say that some people don't watch the news, but other young people, if you go to their social media, and you will see their walls on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, or I don't know, with other social networks you are using, but you see the walls full of information that they like, because as you said this morning, we are manipulated and controlled. So I think we need critical thinking, and we need to learn how to live in this VUCA pested, or I don't know how many other acronyms are, but we have to deal with ambiguity, and we have to have the ability to decide between two contradictory things.
As for the first question about education, I think that the main issue is lifelong learning. It means even the older people, we must find the way to be educated again. And lifelong learning is, according to the SDG, number 4, is cornerstone. So, first of all, lifelong learning. And how can we do that? I think that the cities in the municipality can help in this, because now there is a global motivation for intercultural cities, for instance, where all the civil society are working together, and cities give the floor to every citizen from every cultural or economic environment, and we want to use all the human capital of the city through initiatives that we promote their innovation, their productivity, their art, their creation spirit, and their entrepreneurship. Because every human being has had something to give in this society. So I think the training, the lifelong learning, in cooperation, and the networking also. The networking, social media can do a lot of that. As for the second question, I think that what we do in the classroom, I strongly believe that the real education is a real world. So school must open his doors, and I think that the most important part of the education is what the children and the student can take from the project, from all the several programs, and through experimental education. I mean, I have to be trained as a teacher for the human rights, and I have to do a lot of projects with my students in order to cultivate their empathy, their solidarity, and not only to think my curriculum and how I have to make them best for the exams. I think it's very important. And of course, in this digital era, I try to give them a lot of digital skills in order to be more in the networking, to recognize the messages they are coming in touch with, and to recognize the fake news, the misinformation, and there are times that I do that through my lessons. There are lessons, humanistic science, that are very important. I'm a teacher of Greek literature, so I do history. I try to do projects that points out that the mankind must be united. I don't emphasize in the differences between people, but in the similarities. I try to make more easier for them to understand even the war, in order not to make them more wild, but to be more, to have more empathy for each other. And I focus on the social-emotional learning of the children. And also I think that as a teacher, I have to be trained again and again. This training have no end. And the university can do a lot of things about that. That's all, I think. And we discuss. I think the most important thing is to give the floor to your student. Not to go in the classroom and say what I want to say, but I want to discuss with them. I want to debate each other. And of course, there are a lot of interesting programs with simulations of United Nations, of European Parliament, and the students, when they go to these programs, then they come back and they realize the meaning of human rights. It's more experimental, I can say. That's all.
Yeah, about the human rights, like Mary said, that you have the right to migrate and come back to your own country afterwards. I think it's important to, at our ages when you're young, to talk about the problems, because when you talk about the problems, you are more aware of what's going on and you can act on the problems, maybe have some solutions, or maybe just discuss in your own groups about what is going on. And also about the human rights, I think there's need to be some form for, not education, but I think a lot of young people don't know about the human rights completely. So it's important to make awareness of those rights, and when those rights are broken and or not followed up, the young people could act on those things and make a change, maybe political or governmental. So it's important to talk about the problems and learn about human rights and act on those problems that could be when migrating.
So, do we still have time? Do we still have
2 minutes.
Okay, I will leave it fast. So, answering the first question, how we can make a change on people, young and old people. Actually, it's very difficult to make a change on old people, and because they have been already going with some ideas, and it's very difficult to make them understand the opposite of their ideas. But actually, it is possible to make a change on young people. And I think the best way to make a change on young people is to bring them together. For example, especially now in Europe, like since like the war has been started in Syria, and in many countries, many refugees has been coming to Europe, and now for example in Germany, in Lithuania, many different countries, in Denmark, you see like in school like people like from Africa, from Syria, from Denmark. So actually I don't believe that people hate each other, because this is, I think, not real, but people are afraid of each other, because we are from different countries, we are very far. Oh, I have heard something in news, this is like tourist, something like this. So we have already the stereotype in our minds, so we start like to avoid them. But actually, it's possible to make a change on young people, because we need to bring them, we need to find a place to bring them together, to talk to each other, and then they will understand. Oh my God, no, this is really, they are not like as we saw them in TV. Yeah, answering the second question. From my personal opinion, actually, there is no any human rights when the war are. So people, they don't have any right, not like at all. So how we can deal with this, I don't know. What is the solution, I don't know. But in doing the war, we don't have. I have been treated like very bad during in many, even like when you in my country, and even when I left my country. In my country, like you are like especially in my age, so from all sides you can't say your opinion, you need to be natural. When I left my country, people like from different countries like start to judge you, or like to also like to, okay, you are like refugee, okay, so you don't have right. Or you, by example, when I came first time like to Turkey, I was running and I got shot in the border, so I was hiding. So it was really a very bad experience. So just like many times I could have been died, or I could die. But I was like struggling, just like to be a human, to have a right, just to live. I don't want, like I came to also to Europe because I don't want like to be rich. I want to be a human, to have a right like everyone else, to be equal. So actually, sadly, in doing the war, there is no like, and even like it has like unfortunately also when you go in different, like when you go as a refugee to some country, and at first you struggle a lot because also people have many stereotypes on you. So yeah, and I hope that the only way that we need to work it from our side. If I show to people, by example, okay, I'm interested in learning this language and in your culture, so people started to come and talk with you. So thank you.
I think we already finished with the discussion, and now we'll have coffee break, and later we'll have 2 working groups with 2 topics about Ukrainian-Russian war and resolution of Ukrainian conflict and how it will be developing later in terms of youth involvement and this regulation of this conflict. Please, you can come back after 15 minutes or how much?
I'm afraid we're going to make it shorter.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yes. We're going to have to make the coffee break a little shorter.
We can finish the time. I think we have to go. I think we go. I can okay.
It's okay.
I have to close the laptop. Lisa, I have to close the laptop.
Yeah, I saw something great. Yeah, me too. Of course. It was very fast actually.
Yeah, when we were together in Finland, they were planning it. They were making it.
But you said that.
Okay. Yesterday we started a discussion. We formed 3 groups to initiate a discussion, and we believed on the basis of what we heard back from the groups that maybe the issues need to be given a little bit more time so that we can get to more interesting and more maybe global solutions, but also because some of the participants were not here yesterday, so we decided that we're going to take another half hour this afternoon and go into discussion within those 3 groups. So for those who were not here yesterday, the 3 groups were Group 1 to talk about the possibilities of ending the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, particularly the role of civil society. The second group will deal with the development of proposal for policymakers on more involvement of civil society organizations into achieving SDG on climate change. Basically, that was the focus. And Group 3 dealt with the development of joint initiatives, project plans between NGOs and other actors in social media and media literacy. This is where yesterday we talked a lot about media, about fake news, about the importance of how to convey the information and how to make sure that you're getting the right information, that you're not being misled, particularly when it comes to social media. So these are the 3 topics, and we are going to continue for half an hour to hash these issues and maybe after that come up with further proposals. So I suggest that you go into 3 groups. So let's say you want to keep the media again?
If there is available, yes.
Okay, so media is with Michael. So whoever is interested in the topic joins Michael. Who else? The second one is about the Ukraine, the conflict. Steph? Okay. Stefanos will take Group 1. You take Group 3. And Group 2 for the climate change issue would be... Any volunteer? Okay, I'm going to designate a volunteer. Okay, you are a volunteer without my being designated. Okay, so why don't you take this, these 2 places here? Michael, media is here. Okay. Climate change is here, right? And then the Ukraine and Russia is there. Okay, it is 10 to 4, and at let's say 20 past 4, I will ring the bell. Okay. Half an hour. It's until 20 past 4. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Excellent.
Both? Good.
Skal du sidde her?
Jeg vil gerne
my card here.
These like change.
On this side, you can see
Level two.
Like what did it kind of the nuclear policy authority and also part of well, I was. No, but I'm also vice president of vice president of the board, and I'm also on the board Yes. I mean, the name is there. Okay, thank you.
We were discussing about some of the what are the solutions. Thank you.
Do you need more papers?
I think maybe.
Yes. Okay. Then we need let's not make papers. Okay, perfect. I'm going to take videos here. Thank you. Social media.
Yeah, we can make new posters. Because that was fast.
Do you need some?
Would you like to join us?
Yeah, I join you.
We should make the circle a bit bigger.
Let's see if we can
Okay.
For langt væk.
Nej, selvfølgelig. Ja, det er bare... Kan du høre
Can you take my tea?
Can we read them up? I can't read. I can't read.
I will present everything. Okay. Just waiting for which color.
Green. Yeah. Right thinking.
Green, yeah. So
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So so yesterday we were and here we have biography of Bourbons.
Social media.
First, we will discuss about the first Bourbon, which is land of recycling. And we have here, we have like sum up with some solutions. And the first one is glass solution experiment. So that it would be great, like if you just would come to school and would teach young people and about recycling and why it's important for environment. And the the second solution is putting the recycle machines on the street. So we were talking yesterday that sometimes people not sometimes, maybe always, people feel lazy, just like to they are on the street and like a bucket of water, and they feel lazy to just to take it with them home or just to go to the supermarket and just to recycle. Just like they threw it in the bin trash. We were
suggested on the streets the machines to faster recycle, make the recycling and to help people to recycle the trash.
Yes.
Actually, in Denmark, we have started, to on every trash cans in the side there is rooms for bottles. So something like that. So because in Denmark, homeless people spend most of the time going to trains in trash cans and they collect bottles to get money for it, right? So now they have instead of they have to put their hand down in the trash can, they have put it that on the trash, and then so you can just put your bottle there, and eventually somebody will come and take it.
Then you have a bottle, and then people can come and take the bottle.
Exactly. Yeah.
They make it for homeless people.
Yeah. Or for whoever, my grandmother. Huh? Exactly.
Something that was very good and was already implemented during the corona.
And this idea is little bit cheaper than we yesterday.
Yes, but in general also it could be also great, like we have a recycling machine.
Sure.
Can be recycled straight away.
Exactly.
Common classes with parents and children, then there is in the month or each 4 months where it's parent day, when parents come to together with children to school to learn how to recycle and all about the environment situation and everything. Like make the classes in the school together with the parents.
So like a family.
Yeah, event like Parents Day. We call it nickname Parents Day.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good.
Advertising the recycling, because we talk about that now in the internet. It's too much information and everything, and this topic is losing the view, because some other topics is top, and they really need to make recycling topic more viewer. That's why advertising through the internet, through the TV, because older generation is watching TV mostly, through the radio we can use that, because through the internet will be mostly youngsters.
Sure. I think also it's important to make advertising on the products.
Yes, labels and everything.
I remember watching a small documentary that was about this small labels that recycle me, and then people throw them in the trash, and they think instantly that because the label says recycle me, it will be recycled, but it's not like that. It will still go in the trash. So we have millions and billions of coffee cups that people think up in their heads it's actually recycled, but they're not. So there's also sorry, I'm
No, it's okay. Yesterday talk about this.
Like you started out saying when we began this, that kind of the solutions are quite simple, like the problem is finding the problem is quite simple, but implementing the way of getting this done, which is also something
complicated.
It's quite complicated, and we also talked about it in Finland last time, because the psychology behind the climate change, I think, is the biggest challenge to actually go through, because it is a whole psychological structure that is not already within our veins in the way that we live. So last time we talked, and I realized just how big of a part of the problem that I was, and I looked down at my white shoes, and I had just bought 3 of them, and I went home and started thinking, what should I do? So I actually went down and I started getting all my stuff repaired, my shoes and my jackets, so nothing would be thrown out. And most of what I get is anyways from secondhand shops or from Adidas.
I feel like you shouldn't really just stop yourself from buying completely Like you still have to get some stuff. Like you can't just keep using the same old sponges, right?
That's right. There is about.
I still think you have to say it always.
It's okay.
The reason why I went down to do that is because there were some girls from Estonia. There were some girls that were telling about how in their country they repair their things much more. We don't do that in Denmark very much. In Denmark we just throw out. And when I went down to get my shoes fixed, I realized there's actually little shops where I live where they do this, and they're all going out of business because no one is using them anymore. So they have to make everything. They have to make keys, shoes, and a lot of different things. They're very skilled at what they do, and it doesn't cost very much. And this is a way how to slowly implement and change the way that we think.
That's why about the food, we have this youth conception, that how people, the view, the thinking, how people has to live, because now we have like a higher level. We want to buy expensive clothes, everything, because the society is asking to do that. We have to make the changes how people are thinking about the other people. Because that's why we can buy less food, less expensive clothes, cars, and everything.
I mean, also like even like this because just like the amount.
Yeah.
For example, at home we did stuff like okay, we are like 3 people. Why we should make five? So then we
yesterday we had an example from the Estonian member where they can order from company food for 2 persons, and they will send the food amount for the 2 persons, not to waste the food.
Yes. No, but I'm sorry.
You just kind of cook yourself. Is it bad?
No.
Because I think Americans have this concept where you can like essentially order, like you choose from their menu, you choose like what meal you want, and they send you all the ingredients you need, and then you just kind of cut everything, but it like.
Oh no, they send already.
Made.
Quite a lot actually of these kind of things.
And actually, what we also do in Denmark about food waste, right? It's, for example, yeah, it's good to go, and what is it called? Buffets.
Yes.
Because you know, buffets, they eventually eat it themselves, and the rest throws it out. But they make a thing where you can go in and click like come and collect. So you come and you take whatever is left, and you pay like, let's say, 2 or 3 euros or something, you know, and you can take what's left and go, you know. So that is also a thing to do that.
Yes, all restaurants and shops, supermarkets.
Yeah,
they have
bakeries, you know.
Bakeries, yeah.
7-Eleven
in Denmark. Yes,
in Denmark.
So before they close, like before you can come and pick it up.
Exactly. Yeah, for a small amount of money, you know.
In Latvia we have just discounts for this kind of, and not always.
No, but, and we have as well, but you know that will eventually be
implemented.
But you know, sometimes it's the reason why people don't buy the product.
Because it's
it's not good. So if we could, because you know, actually a big thing in Denmark at one time was
cultural.
I really don't know to say it in English. So we had people.
Specific word for it.
Exactly. We had people, and actually my mom took me a lot of times, and it was the most. In the beginning, it was the most embarrassing thing I have tried. You know, it's to jump in containers.
Dumpster diving, where you go to the container.
Yeah.
Because a lot of shops, if the products have a little dent or broken a little bit, to just
and food that you know can hold, let's say, 2 more days, we'll throw it out because they are not allowed to sell it anymore. So people like my mom and everybody else, and actually my inspector on my school, he was actually telling everybody, like, hey, everybody come here. And he was like, look at this, do you like this? And we were like, yeah, it was candy and all kinds of shit, you know. And he was like, I found this in, let's just say, a little container. And we were like, oh. So we went down actually, and we found 100 packs of chocolate that could hold, okay, actually some of it was overdated, you know, but it was good. So, and we found beer and we found sodas, you know. So, and my mom and all of her friends, you know, they made a group on Facebook where they were like, we know that this store here has just thrown a lot of this out. So people will come and collect it, and if there are not more when you come, you can ask in the group, what did you get today? And people are like, we actually got 3 packs of meat. So would you like to have 1 pack? So that is also
it's a very great idea. So we can invite in the field of waste. So yeah,
we can make milk.
What should I write?
Maybe. Comfortable, no?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, so what should I write?
Okay, so I don't know how is that collecting dumpster diving.
Dumpster
diving.
But it also sounds like, I mean, everything that has been presented here is how to reduce the amount that is already on its way out. So Too Good To Go or dumpster diving. Oh my god, it's really cute.
It's
awesome.
We have more paper. Diving, dumpster diving. Yeah, and also because a lot of bakeries they throw a lot of cookies and bread every day. Every single day, yeah.
That's what Denmark is really good at doing stuff like this, but the best thing about them is it's often a small group of people like Too Good To Go. Now it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, but people are very good at starting small projects. You know, usually it starts with making an app. Too Good To Go started just making an app because everything runs over the app. You don't really have to have people on the ground because as soon as you have an app, you have to everything just runs around. So, and this is a very interesting thing to go in because that's where I wanted to figure out the psychology behind things. And in Denmark, we have this psychology because we're very good at cycling.
Yesterday we speak about the people habits through this, because people habits making do this, and the habits is very hard to change, but it's very possible to change.
Very possible, yes.
Possible with
Yeah, but with old people, the oldest generation, it's harder, but until 50, you can change. You can change.
Especially on TV, is like, that's the place where you show how you can change your perspective, as you said. It's all about, like, we have this one perspective of like living in the world, you know, consuming all the time. We kind of changed into like, okay, I can actually go and have my shoes like fixed, right? I don't have to buy new clothes all the time. I can, you know, get more devices that you know it's getting expired. So just kind of like advertising different ways of thinking.
Actually, also I like more exposed, just like something how we can like, for example, change
more than in our
other people. Yeah, if for example, is most of like all people they spend their time in their workplaces, and if they could have, for example, their working places, like for example, a system of like recycling system, like you need to eat this kind of this amount of meal, and it's for example a machine when you finish you need to put the dishes there, or like the rest of the food as you said, like to the buffet, just like to leave the rest of them. If we could like practice doing this in our working places, this would be effective because it's repeated because we do it.
Yeah, in some places, you know, actually there's rules about, you know, they have to throw the food out. The place where I work, we have, let's say, 80 kilos of meat, but that's just meat. Then they throw out 100 kilos of potatoes and 50 kilos of sauce. You know, because they 40 years ago are not allowed to save because they know how to, you know, put it in packs and give it out.
Dumpster diving is technically illegal in Denmark as well.
It is, but you know,
it's illegal.
It's illegal, yes. And people do it against anyways.
It's not that it's legal, but it's not like the code is.
So like, stay down. You know what I'm saying? You get arrested or anything. It's just like get the fuck out of here. You know. Something like that.
You can imagine. I have in my life worked in McDonald's. I know how much they food they throw it out. No, they use the food, but then when it's controlled, they throw it like this kind of 4 bins every day. Every day. It's
that's
a lot.
probably every McDonald's
Yes.
all around the world. Imagine how much it is.
Imagine, you know,
It is like
taking a field of cows and just
60 kilograms per day, basically.
It's a whole lot.
But one thing I have found out recently is that advertising do work, and it goes much further than what people think. Because recently I also got in contact with some guys in Kenya that they live in this refugee camp in Kakuma, the biggest one in the world, and there they have absolutely nothing, but they decided from this nothingness to start a cleanup campaign and to start collecting garbage and recycle it. Because now everything, that's what I'm trying to help them to do is basically get funds to get the machines. They have the machines, they have all the plastic. They just don't afford the electricity. And as soon as they're able to afford that, they can actually make everything go around. They just need funding to have this started. And this is how far the new age thinking goes. And they already have internet, you know, they have little tiny phones and they have internet sometimes during the day and so on and so on, but it still reached them and they still started doing it.
We should send them a lot of sun cells, you know. They do have a lot of sun cells.
But you mean in Denmark, in Kenya?
Yeah. It's in Kenya, and it's, what I'm saying is because when we're talking about youth and how much we can do and how big of an impact that we actually have on the world, I can really see it now because I always was told, and now I know it can actually reach all the way down to Kenya. And at one point, I also reached out to us because we are the ones who started these events, right? And the ones who are trying to do this. So they're asking, how can we move on to the next step? From where they live, because they know that why not we have said on this beach, we can all come to Europe to get rich, you know? Because I hear sometimes very conservative people be like, are they coming here to contribute, you know? All of these kind of things. And these guys down there, they want to move out of Kenya or like come to Africa or somewhere else. They want to help the people in the refugee camp because that's where they belong.
And build up, you know, the But actually, one thing, just a question, right? Are we just talking about these two things?
No, we can add it.
Okay, because I was thinking about one thing, right?
If you have a subword in your pocket, you can
But I was actually thinking about one thing, because, you know, a huge problem as well is, you know, trash every fucking way, you know? There's trash everywhere. And I have seen in some countries where they're better, and actually Denmark is not even that good. And you know, our streets is not always that clean.
They pay a lot of money to get them cleaned up.
Exactly, and actually almost nobody does it. And sometimes you see an old man stabbing the trash, you know, put it down, and he walks past, you know, like 10 times more than he picks it. And actually the reason why I was thinking about this just now is because, you know, we have all around the world, there's a lot of beautiful places, you know, but, you know, a lot of those beautiful places don't have trash cans, you know. So, for example, when young people come, and, you know, even
or it's the trash cans on the street is so far from
so young people, even though young people are like, we should throw this out, they are like
looking on the street, the trash can.
There's no trash can, so just throw it quick, you know.
Your point is very, very good. According to your point, I have one movie about Japan, and in Japan they don't have any like trash bins, but in Japan everyone knows that you need like, okay, to bring your own trash with you. For example, if you drink sandwich, you need to carry the trashes with you at home.
It is people mentally thinking and everything.
But I mean, my friend, this is, when they started the idea, everyone was like, for example, like in Europe or like in Syria, like not like aware about the problem. But I think that the government is playing the main role of controlling the people. So okay, in news or like in schools, they teach children. Okay, there are no trash bins on the street, so you need to carry your garbage and trash with you. So this is wow, this is great. So that's why Japan is another planet.
It's another mentality, you know. Yeah. And in Denmark, you know, and actually all around the world, I think sometimes when we have a problem, you know, instead of
sorry to interrupt, just to tell you that we have 5 minutes.
Okay. Actually,
instead of... You can take 6 minutes.
Oh, thank you. But instead of, you know, actually doing something about the problems that, you know, you also know, most stores now is cartons, but that is just to say like, okay, people will not throw them out anyway. So we just make them around. We should make people think we should throw this out. You know, I have myself, when I'm smoking, it's very, I usually don't just throw my cigarette away. I will do like this and either put it in my pocket or in the trash can, you know, because I'm more aware now. But let's say 2 years ago, I wouldn't give a shit. Just exactly. Yeah. But when you come to, for example, a nice beach and you see there is trash, cigarette butts, everything around, there should be trash cans all the fucking around. So when you pass by, you'll be like, okay, why couldn't I just, you know, walk 2 more meters and put it here? Because, you know, I know the problem about young people. They're like, you know, then we have to go all the way up there, throw this out, and all the way back. And then we're just like, you know, fucking hide it.
Consider the difference on what he just told us about Japan, where the young people are taught to carry their own waste, compared to actually producing more trash cans. You know, because this, what you told about, it teaches so much about responsibility. And what you said about the straws, that they were converted to paper, it's patch solutions.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, people don't give a shit anyway, so we just make it better, make the thing they throw out better. Instead of changing the mind of, let's fucking throw this out. Instead of, you know, okay, he's gonna throw it out anyway, so let's make it straws out of grass, you know. That would be a better solution.
No, better solution for the straws is in Latvia we are selling metal straws.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, the best solution would just be to knock young people in the head and be like, fucking throw your shit out, man.
Yeah, because
not knock them in the head, but
Latvia for the government, in Latvia government accepted law, all shops need to take all plastic, plastic, European Commission, the plastic products out of the stores. We don't sell it, we sell it carton, like paper, but they are expensive and people buy less. You can see. Yeah, of course.
But actually, to stop making people so widely, there should be a fine.
I think so too.
Not I mean very expensive. Okay, just like 10 euro, 20 euros.
Exactly.
And if you as much as you repeat it, as much you will pay. Yeah. Maybe first time say, that's 10 euros.
Yeah, it's not.
But later, it will be like 100, 200.
Yeah, exactly. So
it should be a fine.
It's about video
Not a bad idea, actually.
Not only chewing,
and once actually I watched
like paper sound,
like young people and there was like an idea of doing a share of cartoons, and you can, by example, you can the cartoon can be extended, and you can bigger, small, bigger, exactly, and you can carry it with you anywhere. And by example, this kind of chairs are made from plastic and from metal, and these are not good like for environment. This idea of doing like a chair and even like not only a chair, like a sofa, like a bed from these cartons or paper would help the environment a lot to change. And they look very nice. I've seen that. It's very good about
But you can also state the fact that people will want some diversity. Like, of course, it is nicer, it is more friendlier to nature, but I wouldn't want to go everywhere and see just like cardboard furniture. It may look cool, but if it's everywhere, you can get sick of it. I think that's kind of the downside of like, sometimes we want to like produce less, produce better stuff, especially for nature. We stop at the point where everyone wants to be a bit different, right? Like, we all don't want the completely same thing. If everyone in this building have the same thing,
that's why it's a problem of people mentally, because we want so many things in life, and the companies need to create the things, and there is overproduction for that things, and the production is less quality, and we change things more and more.
But I mean, not only, I mean, companies like
but that is how companies and government mostly work.
Exactly. And they just like invite some young people to houses, they have cartoon, and they have like workshops, and they made like a business. They can make it bigger. And the people they have more workshop into.
That is how government and business working. Well, they want to get more money, create more everything, but we buy and throw it all out because the quality is better.
We have to remember that we can't separate companies from consumers.
Okay.
They are entitled no matter what, so we need to ask for what we want.
I'm sure that you're all ready. I said 6 minutes, but you got 7. And the reason was the microphone was broken. Okay, all right. So, who would like to jump in first? Group 1? Group 2?
You and Alejandro.
Okay, all right. So
we can all start.
Yeah, we will hold the poster.
Okay, we are starting the revision of the reporting. So we have the environment group. They are ready. So
attention, please. Be respectful.
Should we also talk about the things we talked about?
You can mention like.
Oh, okay. To some of the people that was not here yesterday, we just came into group, but they were talking about lack of recycling and food waste, you know. And we also did talk about those subjects again now, to come up with new ideas or solutions. And therefore we have actually said, because we have one thing in Denmark where restaurants, buffets, gas stations, whatever, and bakeries, when they have to, you know, throw the food out, they can go to an app and said like, you know, 10 people can come and pick up a bag full of food, you know, so it won't just get thrown out. And another thing, dumpster diving. It sounds nasty, yeah, I know. But does anybody know what I'm talking about when I say the word dumpster diving?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know in Denmark we also have some people that goes at night out to dumpsters at stores and pick up the food that is not out of date yet, and it is in the pack still. So they will go out and collect all this food, and they will eat it as well, and also share on Facebook that we actually have like 3 packs of meat and we only need 2. So whoever maybe people that doesn't have much money in the end of the month can come and collect some food. And what we also talked about is there's a lot of beautiful places all around the world, especially actually also here in Estonia. But sadly, there is not trash cans everywhere. So for example, like a group of young people are drinking at the beach, but there's no trash cans to put their trash in. And even though some young people are actually thinking we should throw this out, but they don't manage to get up and walk 10 minutes to the trash can and walk back again, so they will just either hide it, or something. So we have a solution that put up more trash cans. It's really simple, and also the mindset of people, because maybe here in Estonia and all around the world, we have started to use paper straws, instead of plastic straws. Smart, but it's kind of the mindset of not just accept stupid behavior, It's like, okay, people will throw it out anyway, or people will throw it on the street anyway. So let's just make it in something else, Instead of actually teaching people, throw your shit, throw your trash out, And I will pass.
You mentioned about fine.
Okay, so I'll start quickly with mentioning that there was an idea to fine people if they litter. And what I wanted to say about these straws, no, it's not a great idea, honestly, because we just went from using paper straws to using paper-made straws. This is a patch solution. In the end, the climate crisis, if you ask me at least, is more of psychological, a mental one. It's the way that we think, and it's the way that we do things. We all want to help the world with the climate crisis, but most of us flew here. We are all a part of the problem. And therefore we need to find solutions that aren't patch solutions. And Josef shared with us his trip to Japan, where he told about... Sorry.
I wish one day. No,
okay.
It's a documentary movie about
Oh, a documentary movie. So he went there with his mind.
It's a trip.
Okay.
Well, he told us about how there isn't trash cans, so you have... So people are educated in actually carrying their trash with them. And we started talking about, well, we mentioned about the responsibility that you learn when you have to do stuff like this. So there is finding a fine line in between creating more trash cans and taking responsibility for your trash. Yeah, and I think that was it. Anyone wants to jump in? Yeah?
I think that's...
Any questions?
I think that's all, and yes, my colleagues have mentioned like many things, and also for people who were yesterday as well, and here's a solution and problem of climate changing, and for people who weren't, I think we have described many like things and many problems and solutions. So anyone has a question?
I have a proposal.
Yes.
The proposal is for fining people, and I think the fine should be really big. Because I've seen it. In the United States, the area where I lived, there was a street, and the people there were all the time complaining about trash. So they went and they spoke to City Hall, and they got the permission to set a sign,
Yes.
which fines $1,000
Wow.
if you are caught littering. Believe me, believe me, that street now is clean.
But we just like we were talking about the fine, and we said that okay, the fine, the example shouldn't be very big, but by example, let's say 20 euros. But if people repeat it, by example, first time they will say, okay, well, this is only 20 euros, so okay, I don't care. But if people repeat this like time by time, it will be like till 1,000 euro. So I think yes, I do agree with you because. The environment is very important, and we are facing really a huge problem in the next 20 years. So this is our planet, and we need to take care about our planet and about ourselves as well.
And my second proposal is that we know that in most of capitals or cities, large cities in Europe and in the United States and somewhere else as well, there are a lot of traffic cameras. Use them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They actually do in
Use them for to catch people littering.
Yeah, because they actually do that in Japan already, but it's in a bit extreme way, if you ask me, Because if you're caught passing a red light, you will get a fine, or you will get some points taken from you, so you can't get healthcare, so and so. I don't think we should be so extreme, but a $1,000 fine would be a good idea, because
a good lesson.
Yeah, for real, because people will do that once and
Never
then they
again.
don't have for real.
Never
I forgot to mention one other thing, which was about reusing. So use the little craftsmanship shops that you have around. That's something I learned from Finland when we were there last time. There was someone who mentioned it, that in their country they're so good at, well, at least better, at taking care of their stuff. In Denmark we have the mentality of throwing away. So I started doing it and I figured out that, oh, my shoes can actually last now 2-3 more years. And I actually have one pair of shoes who got better after I brought them here, and it works. So again, mindset.
Yes.
Changing the mindset of how we do things, how we view things, and what is actually the priority. Because in the end, again, my own personal opinion, there's no such thing as there's no budget for the climate change. Not at all. That's not true. In the end, it doesn't really cost us anything to change the way that we live.
Basically, we make money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, changing infrastructures.
May I
Okay.
add something?
Yep.
We always, because of their use and all the repurposing things of things. The thing is that, especially with youth, we also have to include technology in that part. We should not take out our phones after 2 years because they are not so modern, especially nowadays. Because okay, back my first mobile phone was just Snake, SMS, and phone. Nothing. Nokia 5110. Nothing like that. But now, you don't need 140 pixels to take selfies. Okay, you don't need 128 gigabytes of storage, especially with cloud. So a 4-year-old phone, a good one, it can last even 6 years and to be up to date. So it's also about technology. So let them die out, not just replace them.
Okay.
Can I add something? Not add exactly. But Yusuf, you mentioned.
Okay.
Yusuf, you mentioned all that because it's our city. No, this feeling is not necessarily shared by everyone. So this is
What do you mean?
You said that all those measures in terms of our cities and becoming cleaner and the environment is because we have to take the sense of ownership that we have to take care because it's ours. Do not take this one for granted as a shared feeling. You also have to work to achieve that.
Yes.
And I remember one example that was interesting. In Egypt, one of the Greek organizations worked with the developmental organization with one in Tonton. in one of the villages. So then, after the Arab Spring, they continued, of course, to work together. And suddenly they received pictures from Tamta, where the streets were very clean, were very colorful. They had painted things and said, "How come?" I said, "Well, now we have the feeling that this is really ours, and that's why we have to take the responsibility." So they changed. Well, even the intermediary change of this regime has allowed them to feel that this country belongs to them anymore by now. So we have to work on this feeling. Do not take it for granted.
Absolutely. Okay, all right. One last comment.
Yeah.
and then we move
The
on.
last thing I actually want to say is what I can't remember his name, but education, and education, right? I actually would like to add a little something or change a little something, and that is, educate, and action.
Yes.
Because, a lot of people are like, aware of the problems, so they can sit in a classroom and be like, we should throw our trash out, and they're like, yeah, good idea, and do like that after,
Yeah.
So, I will do that. Education, and then action, because action is actually what we need. A lot of people are aware, we just need to do something,
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. Okay. Next.
So we need to put it there, yeah?
Yeah, I put it on the table.
I think can you? So, we are the group about discussing social media, critical thinking, and how to counter all this and the weaponization of social media. Yesterday, in brief, we talked about the thin line between hate speech and freedom of speech. We have to concentrate to the root of the problem, to develop the sense of checking our resources, to stop people from fusing their actual and their digital identity, to separate the reality of something, to have information is power, that we have to have the concept so we don't lend the power to others, to avoid the weaponization of information, the culture of living, to make more opaque, to say, the whole situation, to understand that especially youth is now expressed in a more visual way, so video is part of our expression in life. Fake news is a weapon and can be used by anyone with very little means. New technology is also a weapon that is also accessible and can be used by anyone. The algorithms of them are trying to put us to limit our mindset and thinking, and everybody has access to all this. So based on that, we started discussing a bit again to follow up, and what we included in our proposals and notes is that we have to develop online social responsibility and digital citizenship as an action, and following that, the digital literacy. This is something that we have to target in order to start critical thinking and how to use all the social media platforms. To develop and actually exercise an etiquette, the etiquette of how to behave on the internet, on social media and all these new developments. To tackle haters online, because haters, trolls and all other nice words that we use to describe them are something that makes the internet from something nice to something really bad. Not all usually harming, but hurting our feelings at least. And by that we need also to develop digital competences and the cultural competences, because we are now in a globalized international framework, and we need to understand how the other works, how the other are expressed, and not to be stereotypically judging them on their expression and wording. Did I miss anything? Any comments? Any questions from you?
Everything is so clear.
You're astonished, my girl. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Okay, now we move to group one. Yes, okay. Who wants to
Who is brave enough? So who is going to be the brave? The bravest of your group?
But we don't hear about it.
Okay, so
here you go.
Because everybody's holding.
So the topic of this one, it started from yesterday, what the civil society, the European civil society can do in terms of bringing an end to the war in Ukraine. I will come back to what we worked yesterday. We started the discussion and they said it can do nothing. Let's not be if we claim that civil society can, assist in bringing an end to the war, that's not realistic. So we forget about it and we move on. So yesterday we mentioned the need that civil society in the Western world should maintain a channel of communication which is essential with the Russian counterparts. And in order to do that, there are 2 or 3 things initially we'll have to do. A is mapping the civil society in the Russian side and see which ones are in communication, understanding their language, the state of affairs over there, the mindset, and based on this one create a curriculum of themes that they can starting working together so that building trust between the 2 sides, and therefore in the long run it can be easier to take it from, once this thing is over, take it from, not from 0, but let's say from +5, whatever. Now, we consider that the agenda can include climate and environmental protection, some of the relevant DGs that can be of neutral nature, but also social, civil society development, other skills. And yesterday we've also mentioned the mindset and also that preparing the post-war era. Today we took it up the discussion and we recognize some other parts that civil society in the West can contribute. So we divided it in 3 parts. One, vis-a-vis Russian community of Russia at large, and therefore the civil society there. And we mentioned that in doing so, what we can do, and which is directly related to this one, is offer them certain aspects of that can help them in order to challenge the narrative that already operates there. Yet, and this is the most challenging one, the most difficult one, do that on that side in a safe way rather than jeopardizing their safety. So this is a crucial one. The other element we considered is that we cannot ignore the Ukrainian civil society at the same time. So in that respect, we consider that there are 2 things to do in that way, not only the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian community at large. So one of them is, again, communicate with them and offer them, because they have a role to play now during the war, and this is support them in 2 levels, in any way we can in concrete measures, but also in the psychological domain. And this has to do with 2 words, probably by promoting, by maintaining maintaining the crisis of the news everywhere in Europe, because as some of us mentioned, is that the further we go away from the front line of the war, the weakest, the lowest in the agenda of news the issue will become. For the sake of argument, in Spain might not be a priority like the one it may be in Estonia or in Poland or in areas that are directly affected from the war. So try to maintain this, maintain it in the news, and then going back, and the other thing is try to, that would go not only to the Ukrainian side but everyone, equip them with tools that can challenge and the fake news and disinformation. We have already mentioned some of them, so that would assist them. And probably one of the things, the last one is the Russian community in the European side. So in 2 respects, one of them try to gain them over, try to see their needs specifically for the sake of argument, and try to meet them for the sake of argument. If they cannot have any more access to the news of the world through the Russian channel, For them, that was a need that now is not satisfied. So instead of creating the incentive to go and find a way to communicate, to find a way to get in touch with the Russian channels, then create your own channels that have a much more objective approach to the things. And then, apart from that, also work safeguard the protect them from the abuses and discrimination that probably a lot of them will find themselves in their own community. And in doing so, we also mentioned that it would be a good example to use some, we call them celebrities, but also influencers and other people that those people will pay attention to. And the reason is that there is an overwhelming, I would say, an overwhelming trust on the leadership to a divine position, to the divine point of the Russian that would even accept, let's say, the Russian position vis-à-vis their own kids as a reality. So in that respect, they need to approach them in a certain way that gradually win them over and prove this perception. By the way, if we do that, we'll have to take into consideration that challenging fake news and misinformation would also probably affect some of the news that the West is also using in the propaganda war. But this is a risk that needs to be taken because civil society has to maintain its, not neutrality, its values intact. And of course, the major point is that a lot of attention should be given to the values because if we are trying to interpret the war and the causes, then this might lead to more disagreements rather than agreements, and whereas the values tend to be much more in agreement among ourselves at least.
Thank you. Any comments, questions?
No, I think it was very good explanation what really the present situation could take into account.
But any ideas as well, not only comments.
Yeah. Any ideas, additional one?
We have identified three. You know, it's the civil society, Russian civil society, and the willing audience, the Ukrainian civil society, and the Russian community in Europe. Yeah.
Is there any role, for example, for the international community and for the, like, from your perspective, do you see any role for the international community or for the EU bodies to be part, directly or indirectly, in these dialogue or in these meetings or in this getting-togethers?
Well, we did say that we concentrated a lot on the role of civil society, not in other institutions. I mean, out of my head, I would say that probably the civil society, if there's an agreement, should try to maintain the coherence of the European position and not allow for any, any deviant behavior. And that's why insisting more on values is essential, because indirectly it challenges some of the policies that the governments have chosen, like, okay, sanctions, but let's wait a little bit because we need a little bit more of oil. So let's say that this requires a lot of guts in a way, because it means that those societies will have to be ready to sacrifice things if they want to have a positive input in this direction.
But as institutes?
No, there are a lot, but this is not something we address the community. What I'm saying is that probably, try to maintain intact and coherent the policies that are already agreed and applied. For the sake of argument, try to work with the Hungarian civil society in order to challenge the governmental position about on this issue, or the Polish or other ones. So, the government, European position is being taken for granted, and just work on it.
Also, I wanted to just add a comment that it is very important to support creative communities in Ukraine, because through art we can touch way more deeply. So we should, like, as I'm from the theater field, so we're doing quite a lot to support Ukrainian theater creators and give them tools to create and talk abroad, like in Lithuania. And it is very important because this is the way how, as from that field, I know that political talking sometimes for like usual citizens is way more hard to understand than through art. So we can touch people through art, and it's very important to support the Ukrainian creative people and to pay attention to it and to talk about it through art, because it can be way more powerful.
The Opera House in Lviv opened yesterday, reopened yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was really, again, a very long but also very instructive, very informative day. Yesterday I thought it was incredibly good. Today has matched it, and I think I'm just thinking about tomorrow, where we're going to be. So let's keep up this commitment to our ideas, to our engagement for the issues that we hold dear to our hearts. And let's continue with this same determination, the same commitment, and the same engagement. So, this concludes our work today. Now, the next item on the agenda today is just a dinner at 7. So today you have a free couple of hours, yes? You can use them to continue your discussions. Maybe you would like to have time where you would like to know the other participants. So we really encourage you to do that, in fact, because this is really an opportunity for you to maybe not only meet other people, but also challenge others, but have them challenge your ideas as well, and then strengthen your opinions, and also maybe get a different perspective or look at things from a different vantage point. So, with that, thank you very much, Vasily. Thank you all the colleagues for the work that you have been doing. I know you still have tomorrow to continue. But most importantly, thank you for your contributions. Our experts, our keynote speakers, but most importantly, you for the participation that has really enriched the debate. And I thank you for that. And on behalf of the organizers, we say until tomorrow.
That's not me.
It's you. Somebody want to discuss it?
When was it? Before we leave, yes, there are several organizations which you could meet in Estonia. You could meet with our organization, with the Pichal Estonia, with the Narva organizations, which if you want to know more Estonian civil society, of course, in Tallinn tomorrow at our network meeting, you could see another organizations which we will follow the agenda. I really encourage all of you to use the wisely this time. Of course, enjoy the Estonia, but also to have networking and discuss a follow-up activities which we could do. Because there's a plenty of resources still in the European Union funds and Nordic Council and the Council of Europe, the governmental and intergovernmental institutions which we could use to empower your organizations, your capacity, and yourself. Because one of our tasks was in that networking meeting and organizing this conference, and we'll continue the follow-up activities, that you will came with some concrete proposals back and could find a good partner with whom you could develop a project, any kind of project, for young people, for people with special needs, for refugees, and so on and so on. Because that's what unites us. The solidarity of European Union needs to be improved. Because when we support each other, then we are stronger. If we are divided, everyone thinks about himself. You remember what was happening during the COVID time. Everyone was trying to get his own will and life. So enjoy this time. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for participation.